We'll call the meeting to order. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Guston, Zadra, absent Sferaza, absent Dorch, absent Ayazi, Kishel.
Here. We have a quorum. Oh. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dan. Happy birthday to you. Wait a minute before you blow those out. Let me give you a minute. Everybody here, hold it. Have a mask. Put a mask on. You got a bad cold, so make sure you. I don't want you to contaminate the whole. Hey, hey! At least we can still eat the cake, you guys.
We still have a moment of silence?
Yes, we're going to have a moment of silence. Okay, at this time, we'll move to approval of. Oh, we didn't do the. I'm trying to get a hold of myself. Give a guy a couple of weeks off and he's got to be retrained.
A couple of
Mr.
months.
Justin, lead us in the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We did the roll call. We did roll call. All right, item A3, approval of the agenda. Have a couple, wait a minute before we do, I've got a couple of changes. No proclamations, no presentations, public hearings are 12:15. Time certain, 3 p.m. J8, acceptance of comprehensive annual financial report. Public hearing at 6 o'clock, item M1. Time certain, section 6:30 p.m. for item M2, Special Assessment District on Northgate. Staff has requested we pull item C1 and D4. Excuse me, is that one? C1, D4 to be pulled. Any other changes? Chair will entertain a motion. Have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we'll go to item A4, approval of the minutes for December 1 and December 8. Any changes? Motion? Have a motion second. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Public comment cards? We have 5 people that we're talking about for graffiti increasement. They will be entered into the record. They did not wish to speak. We have a bunch of people here wish to speak. Jack Hawkins.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I'm grateful for the opportunity to present this little graffiti.
Even though I called your name out, give your name for the record, please.
Jack Hawkins, and
you.
I work at 1400 South Virginia. I also live in the Wells Avenue area, east of Wells. I have got some photos here too. We're here to talk today about graffiti. Would it be acceptable if I ask everybody who was here to support the graffiti, could they stand up? Anti-graffiti, sorry.
There's a couple of them I thought already had the cans with them, and
He supports it, Okay, thank you very much. This is an amazing group. I am stunned at how many people showed up, and I really appreciate everybody who has come to support this. I've been in this area for over 20 years. When I first moved here, I don't think I ever saw any graffiti. I love this place. It's my home. I raised my kids here. I love the lifestyle it affords. It's a great city. We're in some tough times, and we've suffered some budget cuts. I'm going to talk a little bit about graffiti, and we've got some plans with this group that you've seen here. And then we also have want you to do some consideration for what we're talking about today. We've got an unusual group of people. They cut through, it's a very diverse group of citizens. We've got people from 2 neighborhood watch groups. We've got people from the business community for Wells, the Wells Merchant Group. We've got people from Virginia Street. We've got members of the American Institute of Architects, Northern Nevada chapter, and we have the Downtown Improvement Association, who has lended their support for what we're trying to do with this anti-graffiti. I'll give you just a real quick, brief graffiti lesson. There are basically 4 types of graffiti from what I've learned. There's the mural graffiti, which is graffiti art, which I really don't have a problem with, and you'll see that on Virginia Street on the kind of the alley side. We've got a couple going, and I don't love it, but it's okay. It is, I consider it art. There is party graffiti, which we virtually have none of in this town. We have gang graffiti, which is really crude and it's really rough in terms of its presentation. It looks like a 4th grader did it, and it usually has a number involved. And then about 95% of the graffiti that we have are taggers. And it's usually the typical profile of a tagger is about 16 to 22. They're usually pretty introverted, and a lot of times they live at home with their mother. That's from national statistics that they've researched on this. When I first moved here, graffiti was what I would consider kind of a minor nuisance. I mean, I never even saw any for years, and then it started to kind of creep. Is that my time?
Yep, you only get 3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask Mr. Hawkins a few questions so he can continue?
Yes, you sure can.
He
Go
actually
ahead.
called me a couple weeks ago and I suggested he come down to the council because the group was, so I'd like to see the rest of your pictures and
Okay.
your follow-up to your presentation.
Thank you. This is actually on Virginia Street, very recent. This is sort of the back of Holcomb. And anyway, when I first moved here, this was kind of a nuisance. And now I believe it's become a massive problem. I consider it urban terrorism. And urban terrorism is a pretty strong term. You know, we hear terrorism a lot, and we associate it with pretty horrific things. But this was at the intersection. I apologize for the graphic nature of this. Hope there aren't any children in the audience.
Or they're on TV.
Oh, well,
We don't need that one.
I'll block that one out.
Thank you.
You can imagine what it says.
Yep.
And this was at the corner of 395 and Wells Avenue for weeks on end until I removed it. And hundreds of people, hundreds of our citizens were seeing that every day on their way to work, little kids, old ladies, and tourists. And it's not a message we're not happy with. What we've got some other speakers. I'm going to let them take their 3 minutes. We have we've been active on this graffiti removal. We know that budget cuts have come in. We originally had two graffiti trucks full time, 40 hours a week. Budget cuts, we lost one. Now we have one graffiti truck with some sickness to one of the drivers. We have a part-time guy that's doing 20 hours a week. The taggers know this, and they are they're winning. That we've reached the tipping point where we can't keep up. The guy that's doing the 20 hours a week, he has a stack this high of backlogged graffiti. What we're doing as a community, we have a group of us that are going out and actively removing graffiti on our own. Tom Stewart on Wells Avenue has been taking care of Wells Avenue pretty much on his own and encouraging those business owners to take care of their buildings as soon as they're hit. Debbie Griffiths has been single-handedly for years on end removing graffiti in her neighborhood. She is an inspiration, and she's inspired a lot of us to get out and remove graffiti. So we're taking that on and we want to take the group that we have, and we want to continue that group in removing graffiti on our own. We're also, with this group, we've got two ladies that are going to take names and hopefully emails from all the people that are here that want to get involved in graffiti, and we want to come up with an active patrol where my goal is to have 120 volunteers that would go out. That would be 4 people per every night of the month to go out and actually patrol our streets. And we'll start out small. We want to focus on Virginia Street, Wells Avenue, downtown, California, and kind of our core city area. And we might find that Saturday night's more important than Wednesday night, but we're going to go out at random hours. Might be 2 to 4 in the morning, might be 11 to 1, but we'll have eyes on the street. We want to work with the Reno Police Department. We're not going to be out there toting guns and no vigilante justice, but we'll have eyes on the street. We don't want to interfere with 911, but maybe we can work a back line that we can get some quick assistance if we see some graffiti being done. But mainly we have eyes on the street. And then we also have some recommendations from the city, and I can present those now, or I can let people speak, and I've got about 7 things that we think are critical. Do you want to hear those, or should I let the others speak and I'll come back?
Let's see what the others have to say, and if they're going to be repeating, maybe they'll yield their time to you.
They probably won't on these items. They're pretty specific, and we think they're super important.
Okay, Mr. Sam Dene. Sam left, huh? Boy, I should speed this up. Mr. Guy Felton.
Mr. Mayor, my issue is not graffiti.
No, that's all right. No, this is public comment section. Sorry, Mr. Dene, you stepped out.
You told me to step out, that's why you called me.
Guy Felton, publisher of dumpgammick.com. Mr. Kent Stover ran against Dick Gammick for district attorney last year, but Gammick was announced as the winner. The following words are displayed on Ken Stover's campaign website at www.electstover.com. Quote, "The residents of the Truckee Meadows currently are paying a tax to pay for the cleanup of the PCE contamination in our water supply. PCE is a dry cleaning chemical that is highly carcinogenic. Currently, the project is costing the taxpayers $30 million, and it is expected to take 30 years to remove this pollutant. 3 years ago, an environmental lawyer offered Mr. Gammick his services in litigating this PCE contamination against the chemical manufacturers of PCE. He had previously filed a similar suit on behalf of the citizens of Modesto, California. In that lawsuit, the court ordered that the PCE remediation was the responsibility of the chemical manufacturers. Besides being ordered to clean the water and rebuild the Modesto municipal water supply, The chemical companies were ordered to pay an additional $100 million in punitive damages. Mr. Gamick refused the offer, stating that the Truckee River cleanup was already being financed by the taxpayers, so it was not an issue he cared to address. And this is the exact reason why the citizens of Washoe County will have to wait 30 years to have this chemical removed from the water. Callous to the needs of the citizens and inconsiderate to the taxpayers, Mr. Gamick chose not to make our community safer. End of quote. Groundwater in the Truckee Meadows is polluted with PCE, a dry cleaning chemical that causes cancer. Responsible chemical companies should be held accountable for a projected $30 million in cleanup costs, but Gamick does not agree. Why has this serious, life-threatening issue not been discussed by the Reno Council? Why has this issue not been reported by the Reno Gazette? I request that the issue of unsafe drinking water in the Truckee Meadows be agendized for in-depth discussion at the next council meeting. Anything suggesting a cover-up will be actionable on grounds of fraud, dereliction of duty, and worse.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sam Dene.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia, Reno Government. Air Force Academy graduate, spent many years flying fighters and bombers, defending our nation against enemies inside of the border and outside of the borders. And I note that we have about as many enemies inside of the borders as we do outside of the borders. I'm very proud of the council, though, for making that appointment a couple of weeks ago for the new judge, Judge Bill Gardner. He's a good man. I'm glad to see you picked. There were several good candidates, but I'm glad to see you picked him. He's a good man. I'm curious to find out who's going to be replacing him because he was the head of one of the city attorney departments, and I'm just wondering who's going to replace him. Mr. Campbell back there is a pretty good man, but that's that. Furthermore, speaking of appointments, I was really excited and happy to see that the gentleman that Sam Dene supported at the county commission meeting yesterday, Mr. Greg Brower. I'm glad to see that Sam's nomination, despite Sam's nomination of the man, guess what? He was appointed to replace Senator Bill Raggio. There must have been a lot of trepidation on the parts of the county commissioners to have to vote for somebody that Sam nominated. And if you want to see the nomination, YouTube has already put it out there, so you can check that out. Just put down Sam Dene, Greg Brower, whatever you want, and you'll find the actual nomination taking place. You know, I oftentimes drive over here trying to think of some really nice things to say. And I did just say a couple of nice things, but I drive over here trying to think of nice things to say, and the next thing you know, I pick up the Reno Gazette Regurgitator newspaper, and all of my nice thoughts go aside. Here we have 30 more layoffs being planned. 30 more layoffs. I was a little surprised to see that each worker at the City Hall costs the taxpayer $100,000 a year. That's quite a number, I have to admit. It's an eye-opener, there's no doubt about it. But to lay off 30 hard-working people is bad news. And you know darn well it isn't going to be the people at the top, it's going to be the grunts down at the bottom who actually do most of the work. And I have to hearken back to all the times I've warned you and all the times that the media, who is deathly afraid and jealous of Sam Dene, right here, Sam Dene, 160-pound senior citizen, military veteran, afraid to report the truth. And even Mr. Mayor is smiling. He knows if they had reported the truth, it would have taken the monkey off of his back. They might not have bought this big building. They might not have built that bus station downtown with a flying bus on top of it. How much did that cost to put a bus up on top of a building? I tell you people these things, and the media refuses to report them, and here we are in this really nasty pickle day after day.
Thank you very much. Mr. William Pritchard?
William Poocher, 2725 Everett Drive. Mr. Mayor and members of the Reno City Council, it was recently revealed that the train trench has become yet another project which benefits a few that we, the many taxpayers, are likely going to have to bail out. Nearly a decade ago, I was one of a group of citizens who circulated and successfully collected more than 15,000 signatures to put the train trench issue on the ballot. You sued to take it off the ballot, and the trench was forced down our throats. Most of us who opposed the trench feared the dire financial implications to our city. Turns out we were right all along. Now it appears that other projects such as the Downtown Event Center, the baseball stadium, the RTC bus center relocation, all projects that benefit the few will now cost those of us, the many, taxpayers. Now, it is no secret that the reason why this body is pushing consolidation is to get others to absorb Reno's debt. And I think it's unfair to use the unincorporated county residents as red herrings in this debate. Instead of pushing the problem elsewhere, perhaps it's time for some accountability. Accordingly, I submit this modest proposal. Number one, that the city of Reno release parcels of land back into the county through a process of disincorporation of all recently annexed land. Number two, that the city of Reno immediately disband the redevelopment agency, nullify the tax schemes such as star bonds, and require businesses to pay 100% sales tax and property tax to the general fund. Number three, the 4 downtown casinos who dropped out of their obligation to help fund these buildings should be charged a fee for the use of the Reno Event Center and the Reno Ballroom to make up for any general fund money used. Number 4, that construction companies who engaged in and benefit from cost overruns from all these projects be charged fees for going over the price agreed to in the original proposal submitted. And number 5, that the campaign accounts of incumbent city council members who supported these reckless projects be tapped to pay off these outstanding bonds, as money for fire, police, and public works should never be used. I'd like to say in closing that I wish to thank Senator Bill Raggio for his years of service to Washoe County and the state of Nevada. Although I found myself on the other side of several issues with him, such as enabling many of these cities' said fiscal irresponsibilities, I was always in awe of his mastery of the legislative process, appreciative of his support to education and social services, and humbled by the stories of his many acts of kindness. He is a statesman whose shoes will never likely to be filled. Thank you.
Thank
and
you
Happy
very
New Year
much.
and happy birthday.
Thank you. Markle? Oh, no, I wanted to say it my way. You come on up here.
What?
It's your turn.
It's Markel.
I know it is. I just butchered it for you.
Yeah, you're a cuckoo.
Come on.
Thank you.
Nobody was clapping for you.
I know they're clapping because I called you a cuckoo.
That's right.
How are you people? I'm Mark Markel, concerned Reno resident. Should I tell him what happened to me?
You can go ahead real quick. You got 3 minutes, Mark. Tell them whatever you want and tell them the message you want.
The message I want to convey is not to get in the car with a drunk driver and don't drink and drive. I was in a car crash 21 years ago. We were doing 100. We rolled 8 times. I got ejected and the car landed on my head and messed me up. Anyways, I want the citizens of Reno to realize that they're doing a good job. In 2007, in the city limits, there were 61 arrests for DUI. In 2010, there's only 31, so you people are doing a good job, and keep it up and get better at this deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
I got 30 minutes left.
Mark, we'll let you have another time later. Thank you, my
Okay.
friend.
Thank
Good to see you.
Bye.
Colin Robertson?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you for your time and attention. My name is Colin Robertson. I'm the Charles N. Mathewson Curator of Education at the Nevada Museum of Art, and I'm also a private resident in Reno. I'm here today to support the initiative that Jack began talking about. Graffiti abatement is a concern, I think, among business owners, private citizens, and people like me who represent more or less public institutions like the Nevada Museum of Art. And I want to just suggest that I think the problem is quite deep, and we all recognize that there is a significant shortage of funds across the board for things like graffiti abatement, which would be among those items that might be on the top of the chopping block list because of the very tight constraints we are under financially. But I want to say that significant public spaces such as the Washoe County Library, the University of Nevada Reno campus, and the Nevada Museum of Art, just to name a handful in Reno proper, aren't immune from taggers, nor are any of the downtown churches, not the least of which is the Lutheran Church of the Good Shepherd at the corner of Clay Street and California. All of these places become targets for the kind of tags that Jack has outlined in his preliminary presentation. And the Nevada Museum of Art has been vandalized in similar ways. It seems that nothing's sacred any longer. Even inside the building, there have been paint pen tags laid on the floor of the building, inside the walls of the gallery spaces themselves, and outside in many of our external spaces that are all under video surveillance. We do what we can as an institution to abate it, but it remains a significant problem and is regularly being painted over by our own facilities staff people who are very vigilant in how they observe the problem. In addition, the museum building, the structure designed by Will Bruder in 2002-2003, is one of the more significant architectural features in the Reno architectural landscape, I think. And that reputation is one that is long and hard to build, and it's very fast and easy to see it eroded. And I think a lot of the kinds of tagging that are visible in the presentations that you'll hear from other folks today exemplify that. But I think it's a serious issue for how the community members, private citizens here, but also people from elsewhere view our community. The last thing, and I think this is sort of addresses the nature of it being what is left sacred, is that a significant piece of public sculpture, a sculpture by Deborah Butterfield, a renowned, internationally known artist who designs horse sculptures. This is a piece of bronze called Nevadan on our plaza. Some of the funds from which came from the Reno Arts and Culture Commission, was tagged with an orange paint pen 2.5 years ago. Fortunately, the tagger was caught and penalized, but because it was a significant piece of public art, the penalty was considerably higher than it might otherwise have been. But I think that we've got to work with this group of citizens to try to get some support from the city in the efforts that Jack's proposing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Turkey Strimmel?
Good afternoon, and thank you. My name is Turkey Stremmel, and I'm at Stremmel Gallery, 1400 South Virginia Street. My husband founded the gallery 41 years ago, last month. We've been here a long time. We started recording our tagging in the year 2005. It started way before then, but we finally finished tagging just recently, our tags last year. This does not even include our neighborhood, Heritage Bank, Lulu's, and even Miguel's, who was tagged New Year's Eve. That was his nice wake-up call. Lulu's, we painted Lulu's basically about August of last year. Within 3 days, she was totally tagged. All 3 sides, her windows were etched, and the black mesh in the front was totally screened out with black paint. Every time we get tagged or they get tagged, we take one of our staff. He runs out there immediately. He tries to get rid of it as quickly as he can, because you all know the main thing that they want to do is tag again. And sometimes we just cannot remove it, and we have to have it professionally taken care of. We're in the tune of about $10,000, and much of it we haven't even documented, and that's just our neighborhood, just one neighborhood. What I'd like to also say is one more thing that's kind of important for all of us to think about. The end of this month, we're going to have a lot of people come to our community, the SCI group. And the one thing that I don't think that Colleen would like to have happen when they call up and say, where are you located? And she'll say something to their, oh, we're the orange building on South Virginia Street with all the black, silver, and the gray tagging. And then if you're coming the other direction, there's a big yellow complex, and they've been tagged too. I do not think this is what we want for our community. I know this is not what we want for our community. Jack and our group has a plan that we would like to have you think about and consider. And I thank you for your time. And I want to give my few minutes up to Jack.
Thank you very much.
Oh, 2 seconds. I have a CD that totally shows only 13 major tags just in our neighborhood, and there are a lot more, but I'd like to use this for evidence.
Okay, you can give it to the secretary over here. Thank you. Sylvia Bankert.
Thank you. My name is Sylvia Bangert, and I'm here as a private citizen to support the tagging initiative. I've lived on the corner of Moran and Wheeler for 45 years, and I'm here as a representative of the West of Wells Neighborhood Watch Group, which has done a fantastic job of revitalizing our marvelous old historical neighborhood. In fact, one of our leaders even got the Jefferson Award for the work that they've been doing. And I would also like to thank the city for what they have done in support of West of Wells. It's been wonderful, and we really do appreciate it. But we are concerned about the graffiti. And I don't have pictures of my garage, as Ms. Stremmel did, because I've already painted it over. But my garage has been tagged 3 times. And, as a private citizen, I don't have the same force, I guess, as all these businesses, and nobody from out of town is probably going to be driving down Wheeler Street to say, look at what's happening in Reno, but this is happening to all my neighbors too, and it's very offensive, and we really think it's a very important issue. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sam Gettle.
Hi, Happy New Year. I represent our family. We own property in the east of Wells Avenue area, and I am supportive of money for the graffiti project. We've donated paint and time and effort. I also wanted to add that we also have a shopping cart problem. I talked with the folks at Save Mart over on Plum, as well as the Smart and Finals. The problem is Save Mart. They have no electronic devices on their wheels. They seem to be attentive to something, but the city would have to initiate it. I think that there would be cooperation between all of us, and I don't think it would cost the taxpayers any money. The third issue is, since we have purchased some properties this year, we've had endless billing problems with waste management, and I've talked with Jason Geddes, and I understand that the city is renegotiating their contracts. You really need to look into it. The Reno office is fine. It's the Sacramento office. Case in point, we were billed for property that don't exist. Our properties are in the name of a corporation. They were adding names that don't exist to the corporation, that people that have a criminal record. One of them was known for mortgage fraud, allegedly. And it's taken 6 months to clear that up. There's a huge communication with them. And I can't believe that we are the only ones that have problems with their billing system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jane Holman.
Good afternoon. I'm Jane Holman, a Reno resident. I'm here as an advisor to Parent Leaders for Education to thank you for the proclamation that the City Council and the Mayor made last week recognizing Public Schools Week. We entertained more than 20 legislators, elected officials, and other concerned students and parents at various public schools last week, letting them know how important the issue of supporting public schools is to our community. And I'd like to thank you so much for making the proclamation last week.
Thank you very much. Jack Hawkins, come back up, and I'm going to give you a few more minutes to show what you got, and then we'll wrap this up.
I really appreciate
Public
it.
comment section is closed except for what I'm going to give Mr. Hawkins.
I really appreciate it. I kind of blew it. I didn't realize
That's all
how
right,
quick
Mr. Hawkins.
3 minutes goes.
No problem.
The first thing,
Identify yourself for the record, so they'll be on the tape.
Jack Hawkins.
Thank you.
The one thing that I didn't get to say is that the city has done a spectacular job. Just a couple of years ago, you could call Reno Direct. Reno Direct is an amazing, successful program. You could call Reno Direct, and within just a short time, the graffiti would be removed. So we really appreciate Reno Direct. It has been a great help to, personally, my neighborhood. And the city has done a really good graffiti removal program. In fact, our graffiti program and gang unit has been a model for other cities to come and look at what we've done. So here's some suggestions, and this is some of the graffiti that our group has helped removed. You can see the before and after. Here's another one, and I'll save that one. So here are some of the ideas. This is what we would like you guys to consider. One, at a very minimum, we would love to have one full-time graffiti truck, at least a 40-hour a week. Second, we would like some assistance for the gang and graffiti unit. There's only one officer. Officer Moran, I think, is the only guy now on actual. We want some convictions out of these guys, the worst, at least the worst offenders. Third, we would like to see a secret witness program sort of specifically geared for the 16 to 24-year-old age group. They're on the internet, they're on Facebook, they communicate with each other. We should be able to infiltrate that with a minimal amount of time and try to catch these guys. I mean, they're pretty blatant about, they take photographs and they post their handiwork. Number 4, is it possible for the city to make this a fine? Just like if you litter on the state highway, there's a $1,000 fine for littering. Can we have a first-time offense? If you're caught, you're 14 years old, you're 16 years old, and you graffiti and you get caught, why can't it be just a straight $1,000 fine? And if the kid can't pay it, the parents are responsible for it. And if they don't have the $1,000, they put in 1,000 hours of community service, to pay for their crime, or 100 hours of community service. The private property owners have done a pretty good job of taking care of their own properties. The problem we have is if we have absentee property owners that are out of town. The current process takes about, a couple of weeks for Reno Direct to produce find out who the owner is, contact them, and then they have 30 days to fix that graffiti. That's too long. That's a tagger's dream to have an absentee tenant that's going to take that time. Why can't we shorten that time frame, give them 1 week to fix the graffiti problem? If they don't fix it, then the city takes charge and the city fixes it and back charges them. If we leave it for that long, it's too long. It sends a really horrible message. And then also, could we hold waste, since we're negotiating with Waste Management, could we hold them responsible for their bins? I.e., there's a lot of, somebody wheels their bin out at night, homeowners, it gets graffitied, they wheel it back in, and they wheel out, and it's just constant graffiti. And so, they could easily have their green spray can on the truck, and as they pick up the garbage, they see a tag on the trash can, they remove it right then. And at first, it would take some time, it would slow things down, but within a short time, the taggers would get the message that their tags aren't going to be seen on the trash cans. And finally, we should look at a standard paint scheme for all of our service, these type of service transformers, they're electric transformers, stoplight control panels, all kinds of service boxes. And if we would paint them in a way that would discourage graffiti, i.e. they're mostly all white except for NV Energies, which are green. If we painted them all white and then striped them black so that when a graffiti tag went on, it doesn't read, that would also discourage the tagging. And I think we could come up, I would be willing to work with the city to come up with an attractive stencil that we paint them white and then stencil over them black, that they kind of look almost like a zebra, but a kind of a cool zebra. We also realize that this is coming at a horrible time. We are in a budget crisis. We don't feel like these requests would be a lot of money, but it's got to come from somewhere. We can let you guys kind of resolve how maybe you want to think about the budget problems, but I just, from a personal standpoint, I would recommend looking hard at the contract with Raven, which is the helicopter that flies over, and maybe we suspend that contract with the county for a year or so. That is a lot of money spent that could easily cover what we're asking for here, as well as maybe a few more police officers that might not get laid off.
Okay. Mr. Hawkins,
Thank you so much.
We will take everything into consideration. The city manager will have staff get with you, and then we'll work on this. We do have one officer in a code truck now, but he's been off sick or ill, so somebody else replaced. One of the problems we have with private property, we have to get a release on private property to go do it. So those things, we will get with you, and we appreciate everybody coming here and bringing this to the forefront for us, and we will work on it because we don't like it either. I don't know how that sucker can hang off of the bridge over here and nobody sees him.
I don't either.
I'd just love to run into him one time, take his picture, look at him. Because someday he's going to fall down and the big wheeler's going to get him.
They're pretty tenacious.
They are.
But we are too.
But we want to work with you, and the city manager, you'll get in touch with him, and then we'll work on this. Mr. Fraza.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think we should actually have this as a future agenda item, and staff has put this, our retreat is Thursday and Friday, but in going through the information for the retreat, the number one call to Reno Direct is still graffiti.
Yep.
So I think we do need to, this is a good time, through our budget process, we're hearing from the community, it's still a number one priority. So a separate agenda item, and we do that later in the agenda, Jack, but I would be willing to put it on. I think we need to discuss this and come up with a solution to this problem. But in addition to that, some of the things you're recommending would take a state law change.
I know.
I think the fines, maybe the city attorney's office, if he'd leave that for us, can go through that, because we are going into a legislative session, as you know. So we need to work on those things and see if we can get someone to sponsor a bill draft request, because some of the items that you're requesting would take a change.
I understand.
Some of them we tried to put in, and the judges didn't honor our request, so, but we will work with you, and staff will get with you, and probably during the budget, we'll talk something about it, because there are some items there we need to work on. So we will. Appreciate everybody coming this morning. I love the support. One of your colleagues, I had to ask him what he was here for before I had the chief throw him out, but I let him stay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I make one quick comment to help them out?
Yep.
John Caddick, Reno City Attorney. One thing, the city can only prosecute graffiti crimes if they're 18 years of age and older. They have to be adults. And I remember we put one person in jail for 18 months, but as far as juveniles, that is within the exclusive jurisdiction of the district attorney's office, so they need to also be talking to the district attorney, because they're the ones who prosecute juvenile crimes, and juvenile crimes are prosecuted through the family courts, so they need to be talking to bring the district attorney in as well.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Anybody who wants to sign up, we've got clipboards for names and hopefully your email, and then that way we can reach you to form our group and get some action taken. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks all of you for being here. All right. We'll move now to item C1, consent agenda. Oh yeah, I should do that one. Let's go to cash disbursement before I go to any disclosure. All right, do I have a motion? Second, have a second. All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. What do you want? What is it? Huh? Oh, okay. All right, on the consent agenda. We have several people wish to speak on item C1A1. So I'm going to ask, are there any others you want to pull for discussion?
Can we get a staff report first on that, Mr. Mayor,
We
on
can, but
C1A1?
let's go
Okay.
through the rest of it first. Mr. Isaac?
C10, Mr. Mayor.
C10. Any others?
Yes, C3, C11, and C13.
C3, 11, and 13. Any others? And we will pull C1A1. Then I'll open it up to public comment after I make these others. On item C1A1, we have public comment. Huh? Well, they've marked they want to speak on C1A1. Huh?
I just said generally.
Okay, Mr. Dene, come on up. The rest of these are all speaking on C1A1.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government. And I guess I should have taken a look at C1A1. Must be pretty exciting. Supermart on South Virginia Street. Anyway, I'm not going to speak on that. I just thought what we have here, for the folks who don't know, half the audience is gone now, but what we have here is a consent agenda where you vote on a whole bunch of items with one vote. Sometimes you take something off, sometimes you don't. But there are a couple of items on here that just sort of like should see the light of day. FEMA grant of almost $500,000. I mean, FEMA should be given some sort of credit as opposed to just being lost on the vote. $500,000 for the Sky Tavern operation down there. I'm in favor of it. It's good. Here's a bid for Western Energetics for fuel for almost $1 million. And I wonder if anybody's here from that operation to come up here and thank you for awarding them this operation. And I'm in favor of this. I don't know who else was competing on this thing, but wow, it's $1 million operation. That's good. Here's another one for almost $2 million. And these are on the consent agenda, and I just think they should see the light of day. This is important stuff. And because just in a moment, I will juxtapose this over something that should be on the consent agenda and is. Anyway, $2 million for the sewer operation, and everybody wants to make sure the sewer's operating properly. That's for darn sure. And a few others all the way down to $50,000. But here's one that really does belong on the consent agenda. As a matter of fact, I'm not even sure it belongs on the consent agenda. It's just it's pocket change for the mayor up there even. Acceptance of a grant of $100. And I'm glad you're doing this for assistance to clients in the Community Assistance Center Safe Ground. I don't even know, it's probably going to cost over $100 just to keep track of this $100. Anyway, I just thought some of the consent agenda should see the light of day.
Okay. Let me get a hold of myself here 1 minute. Yeah. One more to speak on everything.
No, you got one more you got to pull out.
Which one's that?
C1A5.
Yeah, C1A5, we're going to pull it off for discussion. Before we, where's 1496 South Virginia Street?
Michael Chomp, Business Relations Manager for Business License Division.
Where?
This is the old Norm's Auto. If you look on the overhead here,
Okay, okay,
It's located right here.
yeah, okay.
Mr. Mayor, but before you get into that agenda item, are you going to take the other items that are being pulled, or are you going to motion on the items they're not pulled for further comment to be approved?
I will take motion on the ones that are not pulled, and we'll approve them.
I'll move to approve the other agenda items.
And I would second that, Mr. Mayor, and I understand that C1A1 and 5, C3, C10, C11, and C13 are the only ones that have been pulled.
That's right.
All right.
Okay, we have a bunch of people here. Have motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, and also until they said that, I have good friends who own Norm's Autos. I assume they still own the property. So I'm going to abstain from this discussion. So I'm glad you asked that question, or I wouldn't have known.
From what I understand, Councilman Iazzi, the property closed last night at 5 p.m. The applicant that's applying for the convenience store is the new owner.
We have about 16 people that do not wish to speak, and they're in opposition to item C1A1. We have about three people that would like to speak. Three of them are opposed, but they want to speak. Manjit Singha?
Good evening, City Mayor, City Council, and community. My name is Manjeet Singh. I live 4795 Golden Spring Drive. I live 8 years ago in Reno. Reno City is very nice. I own couple gas station, Arco MPM, Chevron station. Education is very important to everybody. Every parents given the best education to own kids. Does not every he, she, whole feed, meal for night or not? Education improves every society. If they do not have education, they cannot play good role too. Our society does not matter he, she have a interval education or academic education, but need a good education who we can to providing good circle starting. Having a liquor store, this place where this school very near, but not even a 25 meter. Shadow Hill Charter High School, this is a community school. I want to the good education to everybody. Because last year, 2010, my son, he graduation to this school. He have a GPA 4+0. We want to everybody same to the good education. Please go to the other kids. Future do not granted discuss business that place. We request to City Council, please, around 150 meter any school, don't issue to license. I show you a couple picture. People get the license after what he doing the play. First thing I show the picture where the school and like a stop. Okay. Now here the liquor store. Here the liquor store. This is like 15 meters far away to the Charter High School. This is a community school. Student coming to the far way like Double Diamond, Monty Ridge, like Spanish Spring also too. When people get the license after what he play, look it. This all have a crystal drug pipe. I don't want to the crime again to the city. This is very, very restricted. Almost 200 people he come to the city council to meeting, given the comments, but meeting is too early. I'm so sorry, my English is very rough. I don't know, you understand not?
You've done
but
a
I
very
want
good
to
job.
good status to the everybody.
Very good job.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. You did very good. Alan Hash? Your own five? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Item C1A1, Manjit Singh, he turned into. Bill Wicks.
Good afternoon. I'm Bill Wicks. I would just like to support, I know him as John. He's a business owner. I thought this convenience store opened up so close to the private school, the charter school. I mean, 25 yards from a charter school is quite close. They've got drug paraphernalia, they've got spice, they've got hookah bongs, also pornographic material in those stores. I think there's enough empty buildings they can find another home. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other public comment on that item. I'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Mr. Frazen.
To ask staff, this is in my ward, to ask staff a few questions because, first of all, do they have the appropriate zoning for this location? And before the school was the school, and that was a discussion before the council allowed the school to go there, it was a restaurant and a bar. So what is the zoning, Mike, on that location?
The current zoning is mixed use. It's South Virginia Transit Corridor, which allows 24-hour use in that corner.
With any special use permits or stipulations?
Not required for a convenience store. And
I
know
guess
Planning's here as well.
I guess legal staff, the legal nexus for denial, if we were to deny a license.
Craig Scoff from the Reno City Attorney's Office. Pardon me. There are some various statutory or ordinance grounds listed. In other words, part of it is review by the different departments of the city, and their recommendations will go to the business license official, who then has authority to determine whether the license should be granted or not. One of the grounds for city council for any privilege license, which I believe this is a privilege license? Yes, this is a privilege license, is good cause. I've done some research on what constitutes good cause, and although I couldn't state it to you verbatim right now, where liquor is concerned, the courts have given more discretion to city councils and government entities. And basically, it's substantial reasons that reasonably further the legitimate interests of the government will be upheld as constituting good cause for denial of a license. So there has to be some substantial evidence, and it has to go directly towards why the liquor would not be good at that location, basically.
How far out is this from the Wells Avenue neighborhood plan? And this was one of the fears, I think, Mr. Mayor, when we had adopted this and Councilman Guston had brought this up. And I think we really got to look at this again, because they're popping up. And I went down South Virginia looking at the location yesterday. We're getting these popping up all around the city, but this is right outside of the area. And I doubt the group that was here before knew that this was the location. They may have had something to say about this. But how far is this outside the plan?
Claudia Hansen, planning manager. It's basically across the street.
Yeah.
This is the site here, and the Wells Avenue plan is this corner over here.
Isn't it too close to a school?
Yeah.
We don't have a spacing requirement currently in place in the code. We are reviewing that. We're reviewing Title V and Title 18 to look at the overall regulations for privilege licenses, for the alcohol licenses. But it's not, currently it's not in place. But that would, distance from a school would be something we would look at.
Mr. Woodley.
Thank you, sir, Your Honor. Alex Woodley, Code Enforcement Manager for the City of Reno. I'd just like to state for the record that there is more information to this particular business license. Staff was made aware of a petition that was signed, approximately 8 pages, alleging that it came from people involved with the school. Mr. Chomp did make contact with the school and with the principal, and we did receive an email from him stating that that letter did not come from the school or any board members or anyone related to the school. During investigation out in the field, I did make contact with students of the Paul Mitchell Academy across the street, and I asked them if they were aware of what was going in at this corner. They informed me that they were aware because they signed a petition that was being, patrons were asked to sign this petition at the AMPM, which has a packaged liquor license, approximately 1 block away. So my understanding is that there was a petition at the store, and they were asking their customers to sign it. Staff has experience with that property, the Norm's Auto. It's been abandoned for approximately a year. We did have several code cases on there. We were fortunately able to get it cleaned up with regards to transients living in there and other items. So it has been cleaned up, and we're appreciative of that. At this point in time, the property has changed ownership, and the individual who, my understanding, purchased the property is the applicant for this license.
Do they have another license anywhere else in the city? Alex?
I'm not aware of that. I believe they do, but I don't.
If you do, come up front, please. If you wish to speak, raise your hand, fill out a
I
paper
believe
when you're
representative
through.
of the businesses here, excuse me.
No, you can speak first, then fill it out.
I'm Peter Bosco, 6199 Valleywood Road in Reno. I'm the realtor who helped the buyers purchase the property. And they do have a license in Sparks right now, but not in Reno.
Have they ever been violated there? Do they sell spice, bombs, those types of items at their
Yes, they do.
store in Sparks?
I don't know about spice, but they do have some bong-type items. But that, no pipes? Oh, no pipes, sorry.
What's the name of the store in Sparks?
What's the name of the store?
I can't.
I'm not sure, but it's on 545 Nichols.
We usually do a background check, do we not, Alex? So what did we find when you went through to see if there are any prior violations?
The background has not come back yet.
Well, then-
So we're still waiting on the background check from PD.
Well, then it's simple,
then I
we
think
continue
we ought
it.
to-
They're in a very preliminary stage with this location.
Right.
Obviously, they just purchased it, no construction has been completed.
Well, then why is this on the agenda?
Just to keep the process moving, it's typical that we do
Well,
this.
I can't support it until we get a background on everything, and I think it's too close to a school to do it, so I've got a real hard time.
Mr. Mayor, if I may interject for just a moment, Craig Scoff from the Reno City Attorney's Office. Under our ordinances, it does provide, and this was enacted as a means of, as I understand, trying to expedite businesses, that the police, that a approval could be made by the city council and the city, subject to the police investigation, and if the police investigation finds like criminal background or anything, then it is subject to summary revocation at that point in time. So that procedure is built into our approval process.
Mr. Guston?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just want to comment. I don't know how this is different than the extensive work that the Neighborhood Advisory Board, the Councilman Safraza's Neighborhood Advisory Board, Ward 3 did on Wells Avenue when we were trying to make sure that there wasn't a proliferation of too many liquor stores on Wells Avenue. We had so many feet in between, and it just seems to me that this is moving a block away. It's not the right thing to do. Excuse my voice, Mr. Mayor.
This isn't going to be a liquor store. They're going to actually have a pizza restaurant in there. They're going to have Coke machines. They're going to have food. Liquor is just going to be a small side item, probably behind the counter. It's not going to be just liquor. That's going to be a small portion of the store.
Mr. Izzy?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think that what the police do is they just check out the owners, but, future behaviors based on past practices, it'd be interesting to go visit their store now and see how they operate their store. That, to me, is an indicator of what they're going to do in the future.
Well, I'd like to table it until we have more information and stuff on it and what it is about schools and stuff like this, because I thought we had something that addressed schools. Mr. Dortch?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I have no problem continuing this until we get the background check. I think that's fine. It doesn't seem like it'll hold them up. I mean, if they just purchased it until we can get the background check. As far as the distance from schools, this issue's come up before. It came up with Whispering Vine. We've approved licenses, privilege licenses adjacent to schools before. I mean, you look at even over by Worcester High School, there's right across the street, there's convenience stores. There's other locations in town where we have approved privilege licenses directly adjacent to schools. So I don't know why this would be an exception to that. in that sense.
I just didn't realize that we'd approved them adjacent to them.
Whispering Vine is directly adjacent
There's a
to,
freeway between, or Plum Lane between Worcester High School and the thing, so it's quite a distance.
Whispering Vine is directly adjacent.
To Worcester High?
I think
No,
there is a
to-
difference, though, and it really comes down to how we want to be as a city and the policy. Maybe we've done those things in the past. Maybe we need to relook at it. I don't know what's appropriate. We did a lot of study during the Wells Avenue neighborhood when we implemented that. I think that study came back to us, the impact of having a cluster of liquor stores, Mr. Mayor, and those being so close to a school. I think Whispering Vine, you're right, but it's wine there, it's cheese and crackers there. They're not selling hard liquor right next to a school. And I think Councilman Ayazi's right. We've got to look at what the other store operates in Sparks. I would be very uncomfortable having bongs and those types of things being sold at a convenience store right next to a school. I don't like it anyway, but we keep being told they can sell this stuff. I think spice, now we've got the ruling from the pharmaceutical board that's going to move forward that they're going to make that illegal. But it really comes down to, I think, what Councilman Guston brought up a few months ago is looking at these overall and the impact of having them so clustered together. I'd like staff to know, how many have opened on Virginia Street? It seems like we're getting a ton of them now. And that may be the unintended consequence of having that moratorium within the Wells Avenue neighborhood plan.
I just think we have to be cautious trying to treat this
I agree.
applicant different from any other applicant that we've had in the past.
I agree.
Yeah.
Tracy
What is your-
Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. If you recall, in the recent past, I think there was an issue regarding liquor that related down near the CAC, and council went through the endeavor at that time in reviewing that license. As part of that review, we coordinated with the code compliance and police to determine, give you a memo on the standards and stuff like that. So if you do continue this, we'll go ahead and do that for council.
Well, I hope we will continue. Do I have a motion for?
I'll make the motion to continue, Mr. Mayor.
All right, do I have a second? I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. C1A5, Mr. Hash.
Alan Hash, 100 North Arlington. I'm a owner and resident of Arlington Towers at 100 North Arlington. I actually was interested in the matter tonight with the Special Assessment District of Northgate, and I pulled the agenda this morning, and lo and behold, there's a liquor license here being asked for at 100 North Arlington. I thought there was a moratorium, and I thought we had cleared that problem up at Arlington Towers, but apparently there's some loophole that allows a previous, the 7 Tea House was in there, and it was supposed to be a tea house, and it ultimately turned into a bar. And they served food, so the people had to flow out on the sidewalk to smoke their cigarettes and fight and do whatever else they drunk people do in the middle of the night. Now 7 has gone, and they dropped their liquor license, and here's another liquor license for the same location. And I wanted to point out to council that the Arlington Towers has 2 components in it. It has a commercial portion, which is covered under this Suite 102, which is the first floor, and then it has 19 floors of residential condominiums in it. And the governing documents of Arlington Towers Homeowners Association are dominant to the governing documents of the 3 commercial floors. And the governing documents of Arlington Towers say that no one will engage in any kind of offensive or disruptive or anything that would deny the quiet enjoyment of their units. So there was a big controversy at Arlington Towers about this some time ago when 7 was in there. 7 even had music going on, and I don't believe they ever had a cabaret license. So now we're back in the same thing now, getting a new license granted for this same spot, and nobody in Arlington Towers has a clue. There was no notice to anybody that there was an application for a new liquor license there. And I would suggest that, given the governing documents, I'd like to see somebody, I'm not sure where the jurisdiction is, but somebody, whoever has a jurisdiction, to examine the governing documents of Arlington Towers and see that it is not proper for a bar to be in the first floor of a residential condominium, because as we all know, at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, or all evening, or whatever hours this place is going to be open, it constantly flows out to the street, and people are upstairs beginning on the 5th floor trying to sleep, and you've got people outside on the sidewalk screaming, hollering, fighting, smoking. You can walk down Arlington Street and see where this previous 7 was, and you see right there where the sidewalk comes to a dirty space where that bar had put a cigarette bin outside and so forth, and gum and so forth, and it's just inappropriate for a residential condominium. So I would like to see the city examine that closely, and I'd like somehow Reno Direct to put a flag in the system and say, hey, 100 North Arlington is a residential 19 floors, 194 units of people that sleep there at night. And I'd appreciate if the council would reconsider issuing this liquor license without a notice.
Y'all received no notice?
We received no notice, and I just before the meeting, I went upstairs and I asked them about that, and they said, well, we understand there's a moratorium on these new licenses, but because the 7 Tea House was in there previously, I guess the city in their wisdom decided to issue another liquor license.
No, we haven't yet.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Azzi.
I don't believe there's a moratorium on liquor license, only
Package liquor?
packaged liquor
Correct.
licenses, liquor stores, there's no moratorium on bars in the downtown area.
And there is a provision in code on notification when the use is different from the previous use. So since it was a bar, the new owner wasn't required to post that.
And legally, to get to his point, there's nothing that the city can do about their internal homeowners association issues, right?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. Arlington Gardens is likely governed by a HOA
Arlington
and
Towers.
documents associated with that. And they would have a board that would govern that, so that would be an appropriate place for the citizen to look through to is the governing body of that board and see what kind of powers they have to do anything on the property.
Yeah, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Azzi,
Go ahead. What's the issue? Go ahead.
One more comment. It's Arlington Towers, and it is the governing documents, and as I said, the governing documents have the provision there that you can't have disruptive stuff going on and the quiet enjoyment of the units. I would point out again that we never had an opportunity. We thought, collectively sighed relief when 7 surrendered their license and left. We thought that's the end of the problem. Nobody's ever had it. The board of Arlington Towers Homeowners Association has not had an opportunity to look at this, to comment, or even know about it. As I said, the only reason why I'm here is because the Northgate thing tonight, and I happened to pull the agenda this morning, and lo and behold, there's a liquor license for Arlington Towers.
All right,
so I don't
thank you.
think it was noticed properly.
Thank you.
Is this the same owner from our staff as Work?
Yes,
it is.
Yes. How's, I know we had something going on there, as I just said before, how they dealt with things previously might be an indication, and we set our code compliance out there toward that. How'd that work out?
I'll let Alex answer that.
Yes, sir. They did install further buffers into the property, and we're going to be doing some future follow-ups with them. But they have complied with what actually wasn't even really required per the code, but they did do that to try to mitigate the issues with the neighbor next door.
Okay. And this gentleman wanted to say something back here. Let me ask him what he wanted to.
Now, is this on this item or the other item?
Yeah, we have 4 items, sir. Like we want to mention to the C1 approval of liquor alcohol. Like 95% store owner have around 50% have a gambling machine. People sold to under 2 knees for the pipe, spice, kind of bad start to the effect to the kids. Yeah, we request to the city council when have anything the new license for liquor residence people and given the notice. Nobody received any notice. Even I live very close to there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Fill out another paper over here, would you?
Mr. Singh?
This, is this a bar or a liquor store, or what is it?
It's going to be a bar.
It's a bar, sir.
Mr. Mayor, the homeowners association sounds like they have a contract. I mean, the city council can't I think legislate who goes in there, but their leasing agent sure could determine who goes in there. I mean, all they have to ask is their leasing agent not to rent to a bar. It seems like that'd be pretty simple to say, here are the kind of businesses we want you to lease that to, and be done with it.
As I understood it before, Dan, they're also condominiumized, so the person who owns that space could get whoever they want to be their leasing agent. You know what I mean? It's not owned by the tower, so it's almost something that would happen after the fact. If you're a nuisance, then the homeowner associations, but that's way out of my league.
We've had problems with this owner at another location.
No, sir.
Work.
Oh, work.
Your Honor, we had, to be candid and on the record, we had one individual who has visited the city council on more than one occasion. She had specific problems with the property. We have not received complaints from the
Have we
community.
taken care of that? What are the police reports on that operation?
My understanding is that we had a number of calls, but it wasn't more than the norm for that particular area, specific to the property.
Well, I'd like to see this postponed and dug into a little deeper.
Is this one we already voted on, Mr. Mayor? Did anybody pull C5?
No, we pulled C5.
We pulled it.
We pulled C15. C1A5 we pulled. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask a quick question? I'm sorry, on C1A3? We're going to postpone.
Well, let's
5?
finish this one first, then
Okay.
we'll go to
Well,
C1A.
with that, let me make a motion then to postpone this one and ask staff to come back to us with information on how the Red Martini work has gone with the previous owners. I'm not going to go post this for everyone. Now the word is out, I'm sure we'll hear from that. And maybe, I don't know if prior we can do that, but I'm going to ask the next time that we can discuss that if someone goes in there, they would also have to ask for a cabaret license, which they really didn't want to have. Maybe we predispose it to say, if we give you this, you would not get a cabaret license.
And
So
music.
things like that, so it doesn't creep in later on.
Okay. Have a motion to table, just a second?
Second.
Have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose. You want to discuss 3 that we've already approved? Go ahead. No,
Yeah,
this
I'm
is one you
sorry,
pulled.
No, I didn't. Just a quick question for staff. Do we have the parking issues taken care of on this?
You're talking about men wielding fire.
Yeah,
correct?
I don't want to, I just want to make sure it's resolved.
Once again, Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager. Yeah, they are looking at the sales office for the old waterfront site, so 1 block to the north, and we're working with them to relocate the fencing and to install the landscaping by spring.
No.
So when, is that going to be open? Because here's the license, so.
They're actually, by code, they're not required to have any parking. It's a restaurant in downtown, which doesn't require any, there's no required parking, but they want to provide parking.
Okay.
So they can open that at whatever point they want.
What about using the parking where the old La Familia was? They put in all that shavings and stuff?
That never was brought up to code. There were still
it's not
code violations on that site. The other one is closer to getting into code, but they just need to put in some
Okay.
landscaping and move a fence.
Okay. 'Cause
Actually,
we
it would
nearly-
beautify, Mr. Mayor, because
Huh?
it would take down the fence. It would really beautify that
That
lot.
building, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
All right, number 11. Oop, number 3? Oh, yes, excuse me. Mr. President, number 3.
Just a couple questions for staff on this. What vehicles are using this? Because for $1 million a year, fire's not even included in this fuel cost. What do we have, which fleet do we have under this contract?
For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. This fuel contract is for the RPD vehicles, Public Works, parks, basically everything except fire, is my understanding.
And then did we do an analysis? So this is for the year?
Actually, the budget is around 1.5 million, and this went out in October. It was thought that this would be enough for the remainder of the year, but getting to council, it's just now getting to you, so it's going to be about half of the year. So half the year would be about 800,000. This will take us maybe a little bit into the summer and allow us to get another bid for at that time. What the bid allows for is we purchase at the rack rate plus a fee for delivery to
What's the rack
our
rate?
sites. Whatever it is for that particular day, it varies. So we assumed in this bid it was $3, but it's just an assumed price. We have a number of what it is at the rack, and then this is the additional cost for providing that fuel to our tanks to keep on a keep full basis.
Okay, is this in line on what we've done in the past, John?
It
I
is.
mean, is this somewhere where we can get some savings on this?
This is what we have done in the past, and this allows us a couple things. One thing it gives us is an emergency with a contract with this particular fuel supplier or another fuel supplier. We have the ability to have fuel set aside for emergency purposes. That's one of the benefits of entering into this contract. The other method that we could go is where you would basically get a quote each week or when you needed fuel, and then they would deliver that, and you may be dealing with several different companies over the period of the year, but that doesn't give you the ability for an emergency situation to be able to call on someone to have fuel set aside. And this locks in a price for us for delivery for the entire year. Of course, it does not lock in a price at what it's going to be at the rack rate, because that varies, and it just depends on based on the market.
So this is the estimated amount. We're not paying more than we're using.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
There's no risk in this in terms of you're pre-purchasing fuel for a certain price and getting a guarantee that you'll pay that price the entire year. You're going to pay what the rack is, which is what we would do today, but it just guarantees the amount we'll be paying for the delivery to our locations. Corporation Yard, Reno Police Department, the Idlewild Park, where we have tanks.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question?
Why is the fire department different? Why is that? I'm just curious. Why
This is just the fuel purchase for for the overall fleet, and it's just the tanks that we have. We do not manage the fire fleet or the fire fuel.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion? Chair will entertain a motion, Mr. Fraser.
Move for approval?
Have motion second. All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. C11, Mr. Fraser. Excuse me, you want to go 10? C10 then, Mr. Guston.
That was mine, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me.
C10, we're modifying this contract because Washoe County reduced their amount of funds.
Jody Royal Goodwin for the record. Actually, Councilman, what we're doing is reducing the amount of money because both the county program and the city program have moved much faster in expending the dollars. So to maximize the financial assistance going out to people in need, we're reallocating administrative dollars or back office dollars to actual financial assistance.
But in the report, it says how important it is the data entry part is. And it looks like we're cutting the data entry.
It is, but we had allocated enough money for 30 months, and it looks like the program will actually be done in less than 24.
And we won't need the data entry then? Is that?
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. Move to approve?
I have a motion and second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Jody,
C11.
on C11, do we have a pilot project in mind?
We don't have the location at this point. That's why we narrowed it down to supportive housing so that it would support our efforts to get people out of the CAC, but we haven't identified the specific project.
Can we check with Housing Authority on this? Because we are doing the energy retrofits to many of the complexes. Makes sense so we don't lose the 180,000.
Yes.
I mean,
we'll talk with RHA as well. The difference is, though, with supportive housing, what we're talking about is their services for the recovery part, which isn't something that the Housing Authority currently provides. So it's in HUD terms, supportive housing is that there's a social service provided in addition to the housing, not the financial aspect of it in terms of rental assistance.
but isn't this for an energy efficiency retrofit?
It is essentially because the problem we have with getting supportive housing built to address the extremely low income households is that the ongoing operating costs, just like with RHA, are higher than the rents that the households pay. So we're trying to work with one property owner that provides supportive housing at this point to lower those costs to make it much more feasible as a pilot to other organizations who may then participate in providing that supportive housing.
Do we have a choice on this allocation? Can we say supportive or public housing?
You can direct me however you'd like, Councilwoman.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to add that in case we can't get, I mean, the reason why these funds are available is because we didn't get anyone in the Linden Grove area to participate. And the Housing Authority, as you know, gets these things done really quickly. And I know we have some public housing that could utilize these funds. So I would just like to see the option changed in the staff report with supportive or public housing.
Okay.
Would be my
Your
modification.
motion? Do you have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. C13.
Yeah, C13, from staff, I just want to make sure exactly what we're doing here, Jill. Our bonds, I just want all these things on the record now. What exactly it is we're doing by approving this.
For the record, Jill Olson, Assistant Finance Director. On this, with our letter of credit that we have with Bank of America on the Event Center bonds, we have a section where if we maintain a debt service coverage ratio of 1.5 or greater, then we pay a certain letter of credit fee. If it falls below 1.50, then we have to pay a higher letter of credit fee of 15 basis points. We talked to Bank of America to see if we could find some savings in that letter of credit fee, and they offered, should our letter of credit, or should our coverage ratio fall below the 1.50, which it did for those 2 quarters, June 30th and September 30th, they offered to allow us to still pay the lower letter of credit fee for those 2 quarters, seeing it as hopefully a temporary coverage ratio issue. And so this allows us to pay a lower letter of credit fee for those 2 quarters by signing this agreement. And even though we just calculated our debt coverage ratio for December 31st, and it's still at 1.47, but we don't have to pay the higher basis points retroactively for those 2 quarters, so we still get those savings by signing this agreement. So this merely allows us to have about $50,000 in savings in letter of credit fees that will stay in the Event Center Debt Service Fund that we can apply toward debt service.
And then what happens, are we in negotiations with them? Because, I mean, staff, in all reality here, it says if at the end of the 6-month period, the coverage ratio stays below the 1.5, then the new fees would be due February 1st, which is just around the corner. Have we negotiated with them for a long, how long is the term of the letter of credit?
It was a 3-year term, so it will expire in 2012. So we will be talking to Bank of America and dealing with the expiration of that letter of credit.
Okay, so but on the coverage ratio, do we anticipate going above 1.5?
We calculated the coverage ratio for December 31st, and it's still at 1.47, which just means that we'll be paying the additional 15 basis points for that quarter for December 31st, which is due February 1st. So it's the same quarterly fee that we'd be paying anyway. This agreement just gives us an opportunity to have savings for the 2 quarters ending June 30th, 2010 and September 30th, 2010. It's, for lack of a better phrase, it's free money for those 2 quarters that can be kept in that debt service fund.
I understand. Are they rolling that over, though, to the new quarter now?
They're not, they will give us a credit, yes. They'll give us a credit for those 2 quarters for the new quarter. But we'll pay the higher basis points for the quarter ending December 31st.
That
since we're
was my
still,
question.
yes, because our coverage ratio has been calculated and we're still below the 1.50, we will have to pay the additional 15 basis points for the quarter ending December 31st.
How much banking do we do with Bank of America? I mean, we were required as part of this. I mean, how much money do they make from the city? Because I believe we went from U.S. Bank to Bank of America.
They have all of our accounts now. So probably anywhere from 60 to 80,000 a year in bank analysis fees, I'm estimating.
And then in addition to that, part of the letter of credit, we had to have a reserve set aside, correct?
We did set aside a certain amount of money, $5.5 million, in a separate account.
And where'd that money come from, Jill?
That is money in our portfolio. It's cash that's set aside in our current investment portfolio.
So, and then how much interest are we making off that?
Just the interest that's in our current debt portfolio, so not very much.
Which is what?
Probably around between 1 and 1.5% overall in the last 12 months.
I guess my question would be, they're getting our banking business. We're receiving very little interest on $5.5 million. I would just like us to see if we can still talk to them about these fees on the debt coverage.
We can certainly do that.
I
Mr.
mean,
Isaac.
you
Excuse me,
should
Mr.
just
President.
be negotiating better rates with the banks.
Jill, how much total is it between the 1.47 and the 1.50? I mean, how much money is that?
Probably 15% on 73 million for 1 quarter. Or, yeah, 0.15.
So it's what, like $1 million?
Well, that's over a year. No, it's less than that. Well, we saved, it's about $23,000 a quarter.
I mean, not the fee, so
The additional 15 basis points
that's
is
what I'm
about
trying to find. So it's
$23,000.
$23,000 a quarter because we're
Approximately.
missing $1 million. Is that what if we had $1 million more in there, we'd be over the 1.5 coverage.
Correct.
And so we're paying $23,000 extra to not have that $1 million in there.
Correct.
What interest rate does that point to? I mean, I'm just wondering, it seems like we're actually getting better interest by paying this 0.15 basis points on that $1 million. I understand that part. I'm talking about this deal alone. We're basically borrowing $1 million for 0.15 basis points is what interest rate for the public? It's
it's less than,
It's 0.015%?
yes,
So by not having the $1 million in there, we're basically paying 0.015% interest for not having that $1 million.
0.15%, yeah.
Okay.
But we're paying a fee on the letter of credit of over $1 million as well.
That is the letter of credit fee.
That is the fee.
Yeah. The 15 basis points is the letter of credit. We pay 1.52% as the letter of credit fee. And then we pay 1.67% when the coverage ratio falls below 1.50.
So we just pay the interest between those two for falling below the 1.5.
And it should be remembered that Bank of America really came to our rescue because U.S. Bank, after several months of negotiation on the renewal of the LOC, basically pulled the rug out of us, out from underneath of us at the very last minute, and it was difficult. We couldn't find anybody to respond that quick. So, and they made some other concessions because that was negotiated right here in public. And the guy came up and I thought was pretty reasonable about B of A trying to work with us, in part because he would get our business, but, so it's not all that bad.
No, and I mean, this really, for it not to be retroactive is
Right,
a
they
great
gave us a
deal for us
break.
at this time. It's
And the money's not theirs, the $5.5 million, it's just the reserve account set
It's
aside in
just
our
a
portfolio. It's
correct.
encumbered, so to speak, but it's
Right.
not like it's theirs, it's still ours.
It's ours, it's in our account.
Correct.
Yes.
No, I agree with everything Pierre said, but I think for the record, I don't remember the council knowing that we were in trouble with U.S. Bank. All that negotiation
didn't know
going
for
on
8
was gone on
months.
behind closed doors that we didn't know about. I just want that
Well, I
clear.
understand, I think staff was working with U.S. Bank, as they typically do, to renew the letter of credit, and then all of a sudden, when it became a real issue, then they brought it to us, because we have to approve it, right? Whether it's U.S. Bank renewing it, or
Right,
Bank
but-
of America, or anybody else.
My contention is the only reason they came forward is because they ran out of the $5 million in reserves that we put forward already.
Oh, I know, it's.
I just want it, if we're going to talk about it, I want it to be,
Okay,
here's where we are.
That doesn't minimize what B of A did for us,
I
though.
agree with that. That's Councilman.
I think you ought to try to negotiate them some more. But other than that, we go from there. Any other comments? Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to approve?
Second.
Have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. This time, we'll go to public hearing, item F1. Madam Secretary, have all the notices been sent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, proper notice was given, no correspondence was received.
All right. Any discussion on item F1?
It's Ward 5, is that, it's your ward, Dave, is you okay with it?
Mayor, I met with staff, and I'll tell you, I had some problems with this yesterday. I know that we had done this before for the same owners. They own 2 parcels next door, and we went through this in 2006. And I drove by there yesterday and talked to some folks around there, and the product that they built, they did a very good job for that area. I hadn't even met the owners until today. I think what they built was really helped, and they also, there's still a swath of trees in front that they can put on, so the sidewalk's not there. And what they're going to tear down is going to also increase this area. I don't want this to be looked on, everybody on the street should be able to do this. I'd rather next time for staff, maybe it comes forward with the actual project in hand. Then we can look at whether we want to do this abandonment or not. But again, I guess this must be the theme of the day. I see what this person has done before, and he did a really good project, so I'm going to move to approve the abandonment. I can
Let
make.
me have one public
okay.
comment before. Dave Matting?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, Mr. Ayazi, thank you for your time. My name is David Meading, 636 Valley Road. I am the property owner at 1055 and 1059 Nevada Street, and as well the property owner at 1045 Nevada Street. I did build a fourplex there at 1045 Nevada Street, which Mr. Ayazi alluded to. I'm simply here to answer any questions you might have about that project or the projects I have planned for 55 and 59.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions? Mr. Isaacson?
I can make the findings, Mr. Mayor, and I'll move to approve the abandonment.
Second.
Have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item F2.
We have an attorney here who wants to say something different.
Just for clarification, Marilyn Craig, Reno City Attorney's Office, it is a reconveyance, not an
I'm
abandonment.
sorry.
Right.
You're right, because they made that distinction. So
Thanks.
I'll reflect that in the motion.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase,
F11.
Reno. Thank you. Resolution number 7543, resolution pursuant to NRS 268.050, determining that reconveyance of right-of-way for a portion of Nevada Street located adjacent to parcels APN 007-144-03 and APN 007-144-04 is in the best interest of the City of Reno and its residents, and setting forth the terms of such conveyance and authorizing the mayor to issue an offer of reconveyance to 1059 Nevada Street LLC.
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. On item F2, Madam Secretary, with all the notices sent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, proper notice was given, no correspondence was received.
Okay, Bruce Gomez? Or Grares? I can't read your last name. Who? No, it's a G-A. He had to step out. Ken Crater?
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Ken Crater, the applicant and one of the owners of this project. Just quickly, I'd like to thank the neighborhood for all the time they spent working with us on this project, meetings, reviewing our plans, and I think it's turning out to be a great project. I have talked to staff and a couple folks in the neighborhood about just one simple change. If I can put this up on the overhead by chance.
She'll do it.
Anyways, when we first started looking at this project, we actually abut the dog park down at the south end of Virginia Lake, and we were hopeful that we could get an access into the dog park for the senior care facility that we thought would be a great idea. Realized that we're fighting an uphill battle there with some legal issues. So anyways, we have the sidewalk along the park property, and all I would like to do is just be able to move that sidewalk back along the roadway because working on final design, we found out that there would be a taller wall and a handrail required on the sidewalk because of some grade issues. Staff doesn't appear to have any issues with this, and neither does the neighborhood. But other than that, we hope that you're happy with all the work that we've done on this handbook, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Staff had any problems?
Vern Close, Senior Planner. No, we don't. We
Okay.
understand what they're proposing.
Sandy De Silva?
Hi, Sandy De Silva. And I'd just like to say that I've been a thorn in Ken Crater's side for a couple of years now, but we're really happy in the neighborhood with what he's tried to do to address all of our concerns, which was, traffic, speeding, very tall buildings in a residential neighborhood. He's done a lot of work, a lot of research, spent a lot of money. We're really happy with it. We have a couple of more things about the speed limit being lowered and the roundabout going in. He's going to take care of that too. So I just want to thank him for his help.
Okay, thank you very much. Deborah Gamino?
Hello, Deborah Gamino, and I just want to say a few words about Ken's project. It's gorgeous, beautiful. I think it'll be an asset to our neighborhood and the city and the park as well. And plus, Ken said when I retire, I just have to go right down the street. Thanks. Anyway, but adding more citizens, more neighbors, and I'm just guessing 150, I don't know how many of them are able-bodied. It's not going to help with the traffic or their safety or the safety of the children with the speed. And with that, I don't know if you've been on Mountain View, but there's a blind hill. Like the cars drive 40, 50 miles an hour. As far as I know, there's about 14 residents on Mountain View, including myself. I'm just guessing, because there's maybe 8 or 9 houses. And the dog park and the lake and the children's park. And Ken did say whatever needed to be done to address the traffic, the roundabout, making it one way at a portion of it, or anything else that he would pay for, the city would not have to pay a nickel. Also, the gentleman earlier, the handicap man, that was, terrible tragedy. But I would hate to see something like that happen to anyone, not necessarily drunk driving, but speeding, too much traffic. And with additional elderly people, you're going to have more, children and elderly people, I think, need more protection than the rest of us have. Anyway, let me see if I've covered. So I think what we do with Mountain View should be in conjunction with this PUD instead of after the fact. And I know my husband spoke with Vern and the traffic engineer and Ken's all on board for anything. And I think it should be done in conjunction with instead of after the fact. And the where the traffic circle is where Audubon comes in. And to make, from the top of the hill there down to Audubon, one way into the park would significantly reduce a lot of the problems with the speeding. If you got, I live there, I see it every day. It's like the streets of San Francisco, and I think, the way they fly up that hill, almost catching air, it's a blind hill both ways. So it is a huge issue with and I live on Mountain View. It would impact me as far as my commuting, and I am highly in favor of addressing this today, even though, it would be out of my way to take a different route, but that's how important it is.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Carmen Gage? You don't need to speak? Okay. Bruce Gamet? Okay, well, we're not going to wait. All right. bring it back to the table. No more public comment.
Mr. Mayor, this is Sharon's ward, and she's not here today, so I didn't hear that she was opposed to this, so I'm
No.
assuming we can move forward. And staff's got the changes that Mr. Crater has proposed, so we're clear on.
Per enclosed senior plan, yes, I do. All the little typos, anything that we found since the planning commission will be taken care of, and this will also be addressed before it comes to you for certification, potentially in the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, with that understanding, Mr. Mayor, and the neighborhood support, I'll uphold the recommendation of the planning commission.
Have a motion, second.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second that and to make a comment that I really applaud Mr. Crater. I remember Councilman Zader and I were talking about this. There were a lot of obstacles in the beginning of this project, and certainly the people that have come down today and talking about, we don't see that very often. People have objections, but when they work their situation out to the betterment of everybody, there's a developer who was willing to sit down and talk with people. And I remember it being a little contentious in the beginning to start with it, but they got together and worked it out. It's a good project for the neighborhood. This is a shining example of what people can do when they want to work together. So congratulations to the neighborhood and to Mr. Crater for doing this.
Okay, have a motion, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries. Item F21, ordinance.
This is Bill number 6732, an ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning a 5.09 acre site located along the south side of Mountain View Drive, south of its intersection with Audubon Way and north of the west terminus of Beck Street from 1.91 acres of MF 30 multiple family 30 DU/AC, 2.68 acres of SF9 single family residential 9,000 square feet, and 0.5 acres of SF15 single family 15,000 square feet to 5.09 acres of PUD planned unit development together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to refer.
Have motion, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item F3, Madam Secretary, have all the notices been sent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Okay, I have no public comments. Assignment extension, Mr. Fraser.
Yeah, Marilyn, what are we actually doing here in the text? We're just allowing somebody to,
Assign the previously approved tentative or final map extensions pursuant to your agreement to do so. It's in your sole discretion. And we have made one request for some additional language in the first sentence of 1810-1115, just to make it a little bit easier to accommodate the form, that's all.
so it would, for any type of name transfer, it'd still have to come to council for their approval?
Oh, this has to come to a council, absolutely. Before it can be assigned to anyone, council has to approve it, and it is in your sole discretion whether you do approve it or not.
Are there findings, or it's just, we can say no if we
You can,
want?
you can say no, it's in your sole discretion.
Okay, so this would just give them the ability to fill out the form,
Right.
and then it comes to us?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Marilyn.
Any other discussion, Mr. George?
Just a quick question, Mr. Mayor, Marilyn. You actually had a copy of the assignment and assumption agreement, and that's what you would require, correct, if somebody came in and asked for the assignment?
That's correct. It would be that particular form, no other changes to the form. That's why we're asking council to approve it, so it's very clear and that everyone will be treated the same.
Just a quick, what happens if there is an assignment and an assumption, but then the assignee doesn't live up to the terms? Is the assignor still responsible, or are they off the hook?
No, the assignor is off the hook, the assignee is on the hook.
Okay. So we'll do some kind of financial review before we actually accept the assignment?
You'll get all of the documents, and anything that you want to see more, you can have.
Okay.
And anything you don't like, you can say no.
Okay. I'll go ahead and uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission, Mr. Mayor.
And additional language too, please, if you can.
And with the additional language.
Okay, have a motion, second? Second, have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. F31.
This is Bill number 6733, an ordinance amending Reno Municipal Code Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, Chapter 18.10, Divisions of Land, Article 10, extension of tentative and final maps to add Exhibit A inadvertently omitted as an exhibit to RMC 18.01.0, .01.1020, and assignment and assumption of subdivision extension agreement form, other language to provide for same and other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to refer.
Have a motion, second? Have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Ordinance item G1. Take over, Mr. Guthrie.
This is Bill number 6169, an ordinance annexing to and making part of the city of Reno certain specifically described territory being 53,527 square feet of property located on the west side of Damani Ranch Parkway, 80 feet north of Old Virginia Road in the MU/SVTC mixed-use South Virginia Street Transit Corridor Zone, Washoe County, Nevada, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. G2.
This is ordinance number 6170, an ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code Title 18 Annexation and Land Development by amending Chapter 18.08 zoning, Article 2 permitted uses and use regulations by adding certain wording to and deleting certain wording from Section 18.08.203 entitled Standards for Accessory Structures, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. G3.
This is ordinance number 6171, an ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code Title 18 Annexation and Land Development in order to update cross-section references, add clarifying text to and removing redundant text and standards from Chapter 18.06 Administration and Procedures, Section 18.06.108, Summary of Title 18, Administrative and Review Roles, Section 18.06403, Planned Unit Development Review, Section 18.06405, Special Use Permit, Section 18.06.407, Site Plan Review, Section 18.06408, Variance, Chapter 18.08, Zoning, Section 18.08.101, Establishment and Purpose of Base and Overlay Zoning District, Section 18.08.105, Classification of Annexed Land, Section 18.08.106, Sphere of Influence, Section 18.08.201, Permitted Uses by Base Zoning District, Section 18.08.202, Additional Regulations for Principal Uses, Section 18.08.204, Standards for Temporary Uses and Structures, Section 18.08.301, Non-Residential and Mixed-Use Base Zoning District, Section 18.08.302, Special Purpose Base Zoning District, Section 18.08.402, Airport Safety General Overlay Districts, 18.08.404, CPA Cooperative Planning Area Overlay District, Section 18.08.405, Regional Center and Transit Corridor Overlay District, Section 18.08.406, Neighborhood Planning Area and Overlay District, Section 18.08.408, Scenic Corridor Planning Area Overlay Districts, and Section 18.08.502, Non-Conforming Uses, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Wow, went right through that.
Second.
Can I ask a question? Maybe I just don't get part of it, Nathan. I noticed in reading through this, every area were struck, that the moratoriums were struck. Explain that to me.
The issue, striking the moratoriums, they were expired.
They were expired?
Yeah, they're
is
no
that why?
longer relevant to
And
the
the
code.
difference between a major and a minor special use, that whole area was struck also?
Those have been removed. There's a special use permit.
So just a special use permit now?
Correct.
There's not a differentiation?
No
price difference?
differentiation anymore.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Have a motion?
You've got one.
I'm sorry, you made a motion, Pierre?
Yeah.
And a second?
Dave.
Councilman Ozzie, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Let's move to resolutions. H1.
Resolution number 7544, resolution granting Community Pride Grant Funds in the amount of $2,250 to the Reno Continental Little League to offset costs associated with the replacement of the scoreboard at the Jack Tighe Memorial Fields.
Second.
With a motion and second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. H2,
Resolution number 7545, resolution directing the city treasurer, finance director, to give notice of the sale of property subject to the lien of a delinquent assessment, ratifying all actions previously taken, and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Councilman Guston?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Can I just ask our new finance director a couple questions on these?
absolutely.
Hello. On the, what happens on these now as far as our impact to the general fund? And a lot of these delinquencies going through the property owners, a lot of these are big banks. I mean, you have Bank of New York on here.
Sure.
You have a lot of trusts on here. What happens, and I can see this becoming more frequent, these delinquencies on the special assessments. Who's responsible for the bonds and where's the money come from the shortfall?
For the record, Ed Finger, Assistant City Manager, Finance Director. Being relatively new to the city, I would tell you that, at least down south, this, I wouldn't say is a new phenomenon, that the condition of the real estate market has created a condition where there, I would imagine, have been a number of properties like this for a couple of years. It's not unusual, given that same market, that banks are the owners of those properties, as I would expect you could understand. Depending on, we have a combination of special assessment districts, some of which are general fund backed and some of which are not. When there's inadequate resources within the individual fund, the individual special assessment district fund, the order of payment priority is that the surplus and deficiency fund is utilized first. If the surplus and deficiency fund is inadequate, there are no additional resources if it's not general fund backed. If it is general fund backed, then the general fund has to step up to cash flow, and the general fund then has a receivable from the special assessment district fund. So specifically, and I'll put this in the context of the conversation we're going to have this evening, if a district were created and had general fund backing, and at any point in time there were collections that were inadequate to pay debt service, the lien and foreclosure process would be started, the lien and sale process. But during that temporary period where there wasn't a cash flow created, the surplus and deficiency fund, and there's currently approximately $1,250,000, give or take, in that fund, would be utilized first. It would be owed money if it paid money by the individual special assessment district fund when the collection occurred. If there were ever a situation where there weren't money available in the surplus and deficiency fund and it was general fund backed, then the general fund would be required to provide resources to make the debt service payments. And the general fund, in turn, in that case, would have a receivable from the individual special assessment district, and when the sale process concluded, it would be reimbursed.
And just a question on that, and I know you've been here a short period of time, putting you on the hook here because getting concerned on the special assessments. You say there's 1.2 million in the deficiency fund,
Approximately, yes.
and then how many special assessment districts? What's the total special assessments throughout the city that we have?
The aggregate principal is, I'm going to say, approximately $40 million. And that's, you can't lock me down to the dollar there, but I'm going to tell you that that's probably in the ballpark. And generally what happens in these situations where you have the delinquencies is you don't get the entire district that quits paying. So the whole thing doesn't quit cash flowing, but you get parts of it that do. So $1.25 million is not sufficient if we had just a tremendous shortage of cash flow across the various districts, but should be in the near term adequate in the absence of such an event.
And then how many of these SADs are backed up by the general fund? Are all of them backed up by the general fund?
No, and I'm going to look at Lynette because she has financials. I think it's about half of them.
The ones we're looking at today, I'm assuming, are general fund because there are sidewalks, correct?
For the ones that are
Streets.
delinquent, Lynette Hamilton for the record, for the ones that are delinquent, the 2002 number 4, that Somerset, those are not backed by the general fund. The remaining would be. But a majority of the delinquency, number-wise, not necessarily total dollar outstanding, but parcel-wise, is in the retract district. It's the Belvedere condominiums. There are like 96 of them, I think, that are delinquent. Those are scheduled, I guess, to go to tax lien foreclosure sale by the Washoe County. If that does happen at that time, we can include our lien with the tax lien. When they sell the tax lien, we would be made whole.
So we're on those though, right?
Mhm.
Correct?
Yes.
And then Ed, on the SADs that aren't pledged by the general fund, is there still an impact to the city if they go into default status?
Well, and that's the scenario I tried to explain. Hopefully it wasn't too confusing. The general fund would be utilized in the event that the individual fund first, and then the surplus and deficiency fund second, didn't have the combined resources to make the debt service payment. Typically in a special assessment district, you have a healthy lien to value ratio, meaning that the amount of assessment outstanding is a small percentage of the total value of properties pledged against it. And what you create is not an inability to pay. Usually there's a tremendous ability to pay in special assessment districts. It's one of the strengths of those types of financing. The condition is temporary cash flow, because the lien and sale process is equivalent, frankly, if not superior, to the property tax foreclosure process, where ultimately there will be a realization of proceeds. It's just a question of, in a short term, as you go through the process, whether or not you can realize those monies. And as I said, if in the short term that situation is created, first surplus and deficiency, then general fund, and in either event, those two funds get paid back if they have to spend resources.
Yeah, I guess I didn't ask the question correctly. What I'm saying is, let's take the Somerset SAD number 4, it goes into default status, you have no general fund obligation pledge.
Right. Oh, yes. Then in that case, if you had no surplus and deficiency resources, and actually one more step of detail, if there weren't surplus and deficiency resources pledged to it, you could find yourself in a condition of the possibility of default, and the city looking at the same set of conditions that we have on other bonds, which is make up the difference with other available city resources, default. Those are the two general conditions that could exist.
And then my last question, is it uncommon, I mean, you came from another jurisdiction, on the implementation of sidewalks, because a lot of these are for the sidewalk improvements for the streets. I mean, this common, we're doing them tonight. I mean, is this common practice? Is that the way that other jurisdictions set them up, is through that SAD process?
Yeah, and of course, the state law was actually created generally to do that type of infrastructure, street, curb, gutter, utility infrastructure, things of the like. And yes, down south in particular, southern Nevada, absolutely. Dozens and dozens and dozens of special improvement districts, as they're called down there, that have the same purpose.
So when it goes to sale, so really all you're saying is that we will get paid for this, because when it goes out to, whether it's a foreclosure, short sale, we're first with the property tax in order to get paid before the property's transferred.
It's a fairly secure lien. I have an attorney on my hip who's nodding to agree with that, but absolutely. That doesn't suggest that there could not be conditions where, those weren't saleable, but that would be an extreme situation. I just don't mean to say it can never, ever, ever happen, but generally, and I'm sure that we've been going through this for a couple of years up here, generally we have this condition where we methodically go through this process, we collect it, we have those supplemental resources available, and they're great secured financings. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Clarify something you said, Ed, on the priority.
Forgive me.
So, yeah, the SAD cash flow deficiency fund, and then ultimately, if the property's sold at the lien sale, the foreclosure sale, some buyer shows up, buys it, presumably because the fair market value of the property exceeds the lien, then that new buyer, that's when we get replenished based on the delinquent lien amount, and then that new buyer presumably starts making the payments, and then that cash flows the SAD. And really, did that all take place before you really even looked at the general fund?
Historically, yes, and ideally, yes. It would take an extreme situation for it to occur otherwise, but you recounted the scenario and the flow of funds correctly.
Okay, thanks.
Just in following up on Councilman Hesheff's question and Councilwoman Sbraza, isn't the bank obligated to make that? Because they're I assume it's the bank or the mortgage company, the lender, to make that?
Yes, and generally they do. I'm sure that our experience is that generally they do. There are some
But 90
there are some conditions of bankruptcy that are problematic, but speaking from my experience down south, the vast majority of these scenarios are reconciled by the bank and cash flowed, and then passed on ultimately to the new buyer of the property.
So the question that two council people asked are very appropriate, but is it, am I putting words in your mouth to say that approximately 90% of these are cured by the lending institution?
I'm going to ask,
or even more than that,
staff if we know if we've got a different experience up here, and I apologize. But I'll tell you to this point, we've not had an experience where we've had a material cash flow issue, and particularly general fund cash flow issue as it relates to the special improvement districts. Again, that's not to say that it could never ever happen, but we are cash flowing, and we don't put this forward as anything other than routine sale and not an indication that we need to come up with other resources.
I understand that. What I'm trying to elicit from you, I guess, and what the public should know, and it'd be reassuring for me to know, that is the mortgage holder, the lender, is usually one who cures that first.
Usually, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Do you have a motion? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Mayor, we're on H3.
Okay, item H3, resolution.
Resolution number 7546, resolution directing the county treasurer to give notice of the sale of property subject to the lien of a delinquent assessment, ratifying all actions previously taken and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye. Those that have opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item H4.
Resolution number 7547, resolution accepting streets, second parcel map for the Sharon Corporation and Madera, Nevada Corporation, parcel map number 3472, portion of Ambassador Drive.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we'll go to item J1, City Attorney J2. On the Public Utilities Commission, direction to the City Attorney to file notice of appeal. We need a motion?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. Yes, if you would do a motion on this item so we can get it moving through the appellate process.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to approve, Mr. Mayor.
Second?
I'll second.
Mr. Isaac?
Just for discussion, just so people know what's going on, this involved a utility line in Sparks and the unincorporated county, where the county commissioners required the utility company to underground a portion of this out in a rural area. And because of that, the Public Utilities Commission said all the ratepayers in Washoe County, I believe it is, had to pay for that. And that was $6 million that we all have to pay for relatively few people to get their lines underground close to their home. And we thought that the Utility Commission should have ruled that only the people in that area who could actually see the utility line should have to pay for it. And they ruled otherwise, that it should be all of Washoe County. We tried to get them to say that it should only be spread amongst the governing board who approves that project. So if Reno approves something like that, it would only be Reno residents that would have to pay that, or Sparks. In the county, it would be the unincorporated area. So that's the basis for, I think, what we're looking at doing here.
Okay. Before we take that motion, Linda Bissett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Linda Bissett, NV Energy, Government Affairs Executive. Councilman Ayazi is absolutely right. We have no objection to you filing this appeal, and actually commend this council for their decision on the portion of the line that goes through the city of Reno. We worked extensively with Councilman Dortch. It's in his ward. He was aware of the potential for increased costs, and the city, in a very wise decision, worked with us in coming up with an overhead alternative that didn't cost the constituents any more money. Unfortunately, the county did otherwise, and we have this issue before you. I also want to alert you that the second phase of the line has been submitted for cost recovery to the PUC, and just in December, they also issued an order that those increased costs for undergrounding in the county portion of the line be allocated to Washoe County residents. So that adds an additional, it about doubles what was ordered in the first decision. So I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Thank you very much.
Linda, I just want to get that straight. So that another $6 million was ordered, but it was ordered just to the unincorporated county or everyone?
Everybody, yes,
Everybody.
including Reno and
So
Sparks.
what's the total amount? $12 million?
I don't have the exact figure dollar-wise, but what it results in is a cost of about $1.65 per month for the average residential customer, and that's based on a 750 kilowatt-hour usage, which seems relatively small, but that gives you kind of a dollar amount.
And if the county would have let it go overhead, we wouldn't have this problem.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Hashef?
I made the motion, Mr. Mayor, and it's not the county's fault. I mean, they did what they needed to do. I might not agree with it, but to me, it's the Public Service Commission that allocated it to all the residents, not just those that benefited from the underground.
Yeah.
So I support staff's recommendation to appeal it.
Okay, we have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item J3.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. J3 relates to a ground lease that's currently in default, and we want permission from council to pursue legal action.
There's no further comment, Mr. Mayor. I'll approve the staff recommendation that we move forward with litigation.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. We'll go to Community Development. Item J5. Somerset, discussion, potential direction of staff regarding request for approval of an agreement with WITS LLC to reduce the bonding amount for the recorded final map. Yes, sir.
For the record, Kyle West, Engineering Manager. This is a subdivision extension agreement for a 51-lot subdivision, Somerset SBE at Section B. The agreement can be renewed for successive one-year periods for a maximum of 7 years. The 7-year renewal period expires April 27th, 2012. The site has been rough graded and some rockery walls are in place, but no other additional infrastructure has been constructed. If approved, the developer cannot build and cannot sell any lots. Therefore, the current subdivision improvement bond can be replaced by an interim security bond, which will be used for monuments and to revert to acreage if necessary. If the agreement is not renewed after a year, the developer will be required to repost an adequate bonding for public infrastructure improvements. The site is currently covered with natural vegetation, and stormwater protection permit is in place. However, the staff does not advise that the current landscape and revegetation bond be released. We want to keep that in place in the event that we have to do any additional erosion control.
Kyle,
Mr.
can I ask
Isaac?
you, how
Excuse
much,
me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, what is the amount of that bond?
The
vegetation
current,
bond?
The vegetation bond is $66,045.
I'm sorry, say again, please.
$66,045.
Thank you.
That's the current.
Do we have any public comment, Mr. Mayor?
No public comment.
Okay. I met with staff yesterday about this, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with staff's recommendation. The one bond for roadway and utilities is only to make sure they finish the roadway and utilities, and they haven't started those yet. So there's no reason to keep that bond on there right now, because they haven't started any, but since they've already disturbed the land, if they hadn't graded already, I would have released the other one, but since they already have, I think we should keep the revegetation landscaping bond in place. So that'll be my motion.
Do I have a second? I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item J3.
J6.
6.
I believe it's the same situation, Mr. Mayor. I'd like
Yeah.
to make the same motion that we keep the revegetation bond and we remove the roadway and utilities bond.
Okay. Motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. All right. City manager, acceptance of contract financial report for the fiscal year ended.
Mr. Mayor, John Cadlick, the city attorney, you scheduled that for us, time certain of 3 o'clock, so you have to skip J8 till,
You're very good.
thank you. Well, actually, Ms. Chase is. I'll give her the credit.
J9. Potential direction for legislative operation plan.
Good afternoon. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Legislative Relations Program Manager. You have before you today for your consideration the Legislative Operations Plan for the upcoming legislative session. This plan details how the legislative team will interact with one another and communicate items to you, the council, during the legislative session, and also establishes some legislative positions on major subject areas to provide guidance to those of us on the team as we are down in Carson City and reacting to items, bills, bill draft requests in an expedited manner, certainly as we anticipate the latter part of the session that there will be items that come up that require immediate response on our behalf. And so this legislative operations plan lays out those broader areas for you to adopt those positions today as they're outlined in the legislative operations plan. And then, of course, we'll be bringing you back items bill by bill for your consideration throughout the duration of the session. With that, I'd be pleased to answer any questions on anything contained within the legislative operations plan or any other questions that you may have as we head towards the session.
Mr. Hazy.
One question more for us. I know that on other boards and commissions that I'm on, we have subcommittees that can deal with these things quicker than council, that we give some authority to make some, and I don't know if you think that that's important for us to do. We might do that as an addition to this, so that they don't have to wait for a council meeting. Sometimes we might be 3 or 4 weeks away. So that might be something to put on our next agenda item to discuss. But one question, that I'm not sure if it's agenda related, but does Senator Brower get up on the seniority list at the Senate because he's probably the only one there who got voted in unanimously? I'm just curious if that doesn't happen very often.
I'll have to go read the handbook and see if that's the case, Councilman. I don't believe so, but we'll look into that.
We could ask.
But he got fewer votes, but
100% is 100%.
That's right, any way you spell it. What do you want to put that on an agenda item for next week?
This plan works well. It's worked
Yes.
well for us in the past, but if that's something that we think we might have to deal with things a little quicker, I have no problem
I think we
letting
should-
some other people
I think
speak for us.
subcommittee's a good idea.
I do. Put that on the next agenda, Mr. Hazy. Have a motion to approve. All in
Second.
favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Potential approval of memorandum of legislative cooperating and local governments, other agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, for the record, Cadence Matievich, Legislative Relations Program Manager. You have before you the memorandum of legislative cooperations by and among the local governments here in the Truckee Meadows. This is essentially the same agreement that's been signed by the council over many years, bringing this back for you for your consideration. We did hold off on bringing this to you before now, obviously wanting to see the outcome of WC2 and some of the other items where we may not have similar positions as some of the other local government entities within the region. I think this is intended to be a memorandum of good faith that we will work with our partners in the Truckee Meadows for the benefit of all of our residents. We will disclose items where appropriate, but it does not obligate us sort of to show our hand, if you will. So at this point, staff's recommendation is that you approve the agreement.
Second.
Have his motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Oh. J11. Well, we have somebody who wants to speak. Joni Kaiser.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
It's my pleasure to be here and see the City of Reno take the lead in this Human Service Consortium allocation recommendation. Of course, we support the staff's recommendation, and thank you for your time.
Joni, that's the shortest you've ever been in your life, as long as I've known you. Thank you, Joni. Rebecca? Identify yourself for the record, Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Rebecca Visna with Catholic Charities of Northern Nevada, the director of Holy Child Early Learning Center, and as a recipient of funding through the Washoe County Human Services Consortium, we favor staff recommendations also. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Alana Fitzgerald, you have anything new?
Actually, I don't.
Okay,
Ditto.
thank you. Close it and bring it back to the table. Yes, Mr. President.
Oh, are we having a presentation?
Jody Royal Goodwin, for the record, City of Reno. I'm not going to do a presentation. You have a staff report, and there are a number of items enclosed in there, but I figured they'd all kind of get tangled up when we started talking about CDBG anyway. So at this point, staff's asking for council's approval of the allocation of FY 11-12 Washoe County Human Services Consortium funding from the City of Reno CDBG fund, and allocating that money to the current grantees rather than opening up an entire process because we're so late in the game. And then revisions to implementation of the Grow Business Program, revisions to the allocation process for the Neighborhood Revitalization Program funds that we allocate each year through the action plan, and authorizing staff to issue letters of interest for properties that were purchased with CDBG funds in the Oliver and Montello neighborhood, as well as then the reallocation of $868,000 in CDBG funds to eligible projects. And I'll answer any questions about.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, and I'm the board member for the public service funding. And Jody, a couple things, some clarifications. The allocation of 469, is that for last fiscal year or for this fiscal year?
The total of 469 was for last fiscal year. The issue at this point is the county has not allocated any funds, and Sparks has not acted on their, we anticipate they'll allocate their CDBG funds as well, so it would just be the only known numbers at this point are the City of Reno and Sparks.
And so what are you recommending that we do exactly? Because what happens if Washoe County has 115,000 and if they pull out, then what happens?
What we're recommending is if Sparks funds as well, then we would prorate everybody's allocation. So all of the current grantees would get funding. It would just be in a reduced amount to adjust for the non-allocation of funds from Washoe County. If Sparks were not to allocate funds, then we would recommend that we allocate our CDBG funds to the grantees that we currently have with City of Reno CDBG funds.
Okay, question on that, because we go through a process and every year, and some people who didn't get funded this past year when we went through that process fully anticipated going through the process and applying this year. Are you saying we don't do that process this year?
Staff is recommending that we do not engage in the full process this year because that process actually typically is initiated in October, and it's now January, and we need to submit our action plan with the identification of how we're going to use the FY $11-12 dollars in May.
Okay, yeah, and Mr. Mayor, I really think we need to look at this, and I did talk to the city manager about this, because the way it's structured now, we have three staff people working on grant allocations for, what is it, $469,000. And it's very cumbersome, and we're putting in the majority of these funds. We're one vote at the Human Services Consortium. And the problem with that, and it's happened the last few years, our priorities as far as the homeless shelter and the different priorities that we have as a council, I typically take those forward to the committee. And there are differences of opinion over there. So I think that we need to look at really restructuring this. I have no problem. I think we're late in the game, and I think we should approve what we have here. But I would like for fiscal year, what would it be, 11-12?
It'll be fiscal year 12-13.
12-13. I think we need to come back with something. I personally think the NAB members should help serve, maybe be the advisory committee to the council, but it's gotten to the point where we've made this a priority at the city of Reno, and I'm not so sure the other jurisdictions have. And to be this late in the game with our CDGB funding is just wrong. And I think there needs to be tweaks to the system. The grantees who are here typically come forward every year. It's a very cumbersome process. A lot of these same organizations go to the NAB for funding. So I think we could set up a committee where we would have a NAB member from each jurisdiction reviewing and looking at these allocations and making recommendations that ultimately come forward to the city council. And we could really streamline this process. I think to have 3 different staff people working on this, and by the way, I don't know, are those staff people paid for out of the funding that we receive from CDGB? Maybe this is something we need to look at during the budget. I just think 3 staff people working on grants for $469,000, this needs to be looked at, and I think our resources really need, and I see the folks coming forward. I've been on this board for a long time, Mr. Mayor. I think we can really improve what we've got going on here and helping the nonprofits at the same time. And I know you guys, we went through this and it was easier to go to one board, but I think it's gotten to the point now where the city council, we could really streamline this process in the future.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Gusson.
I'm just going to say I back that 100%. I think that's a great idea. I know we at the Ward 1 NAB see some of these names that I recognize on here, and I think it's a great idea that we move forward in the direction the councilwoman is talking about.
Okay. Can I have a motion on this item? Have a motion to approve?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I have one other question, and I wanted for council's direction, and that was on the GRO business model. And I'm very disappointed, quite frankly, and I'm glad staff is recommending that we bring it back to us. With the micro enterprise initiative, I've actually gotten calls. It's not working out like the council had wanted it to. The only issue, and I brought this up last time, is I don't know why we would have the RAB reviewing the applications, the loan applications, instead of the Financial Advisory Board. And I do believe, again, Mr. Mayor, these we're using our CDGB funds to help small businesses. I would like it to be brought back to the council for approval. So we would have either the FAB or the RAB reviewing it, and then ultimately it comes to the council for our approval, because in the past, when these have been given out, they've gone bad. We've seen what's happened. I don't need to tell you guys at this council table, but I think like 70% of them in big ones, big grants that we've given. And I think there needs to be some council oversight over it. So I don't know who you guys want, but we had said that we weren't gonna limit these to just the redevelopment area. If there was a small business south of town or northeast of town, that we would grant them. So I don't mind if the RAB looks at them, I just don't want it limited to boundaries, and I don't know why we wouldn't have the FAB do it, because all of those folks have financial expertise.
We, Councilwoman, we actually did discuss the FAB and the RAB and make the decision, still making them citywide, but using the RAB because they've implemented businesses. So the FAB looks a lot at the accounting practices and like the checkbook type of stuff, as opposed to the overall operation of a business, which are two very different functions. So we were recommending the RAB. Of course, we'll take whatever direction you give us.
Mr. Hashep?
Respectfully disagree.
Okay.
So I think the Financial Advisory Board does look at the income and expenses and whether that business may or may not be successful in the future. So I don't think, I think some of the failures, if a majority of them has been because just where we are in the economy. It's not anybody's fault, but it probably wouldn't hurt to have another pair of eyes look on the application. So I would be supportive of some of this going to the Financial Advisory Board.
And then what about council approval, Pierre?
Oh,
The FAB?
I think the final recommendation should come to us.
Me too.
Okay.
And then one last question on the neighborhood revitalization program. Jody, and I see we're going out for application. The graffiti came forward during public comment. Is this something where we could join with the high areas of graffiti downtown, California, Wells? If we could all come together, those NABs, and implement, could this funding potentially be used for the graffiti problem?
I haven't looked at it in relationship to that, but I think there is a way that we can make that work.
Because we need to get 2 trucks back on the road.
Yeah, and we may all want to work on that and do like a joint initiative because it really affects all the different wards. But I know this is for CDGB eligible areas, but certainly that's a lot of where the graffiti's happening. So we may want to coordinate ourselves before we go out with this and maybe do a graffiti initiative since it is still the #1 call for service on the Reno Direct. And I'll be quiet now, Mr. Mayor.
There were 3 last questions in that whole series of.
Yes, they were very good questions, so I'm not going to comment, but if y'all think she's going to be quiet the rest of the meeting, we've got something else to talk about. All right.
Well, she promised, so.
No, I know,
just
I
hold her
know.
accountable.
All right, do I have a motion? I do have a motion and a second.
Yeah, a motion with those changes, Mr.
With
Mayor.
those changes.
On the GRO business. Yep.
Motion changes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Discussion to potential direction staff regarding a landscape community matching grant funds with the Nevada Department of Transportation for gateway improvements, Virginia, Sierra, and Center Street bridges.
For the record, Maureen McKissick. This is a matter that first came to council last September. We were notified by NDOT that we had received a grant we had applied for several years previously. At that point, the match was not identified. We were going to work on developing that, and I told you if we were unable to do that or had to change the scope of the project, I would be back to ask for your direction. So that is why we are here today. To your staff report, I have attached 2 letters. One was the city's response to NDOT, documenting how we thought we could come up with the match, and the second letter was NDOT's response to that letter, in which they denied the proposal that we made. At this point, staff cannot identify the match required, the 1-to-1 match required, but we are proposing a workaround to that to work with the I-80 corridor project study and meet the goals of the Gateway Grant in that manner. And so we're seeking your direction and approval to begin that process.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Hazzard.
When do we have to make a decision on this? What's the dead?
NDOT would like us to make a decision on this in the coming month.
Because I know that and it's interesting that we didn't know about the I-80 project. They are going to redo the entire I-80 from Mogul to Vista.
Yes.
And this would be part of it, maybe as part of their project, that they would beautify this anyway, so we may not need to
Correct.
do this. But I'd be
Yes.
curious to get from them, because they're gonna do this as a design-build project.
Correct.
So I'd be curious if we can get from them what they're gonna be doing on these bridges.
Well, actually, I can answer some of that question. Since your staff report was published, staff at NDOT provided us with how they are going to approach the design-build project, and they are incorporating into their scope of work many of the aspects that we would have looked at for the Gateway project. At that point, staff asked whether it would be possible to include Reno City staff in the stakeholder meetings and some of the outreach that they're going to be conducting. The I-80 project, they would like to fast-track to the extent they could, and so it would be relatively speedy. They would begin the outreach, they think, later this spring, conclude it by the end of the summer. So we believe that will give us a voice in the process. And we've recommended 3 Reno people to participate. One would be Christine Fay, the other would be Charlotte Honey, and the third would be myself. So we thought in that way we could see that what we had wanted to achieve with the Gateway could maybe be incorporated into their project.
I know what they did along 395 for those intersections, they did a really good job on that process, so I have a lot of confidence in them moving on the Interstate 80. So I'm wondering if we need to do this at all on this project, because they are going to be beautifying those anyway. I don't know, does this come out of a different bucket from NDOT, where they could use that money and be their own matching grant to make it a little bit better than other groups? I mean, if it comes out of a different fund, I don't know.
Actually, the monies that we would have received through the landscape and aesthetic grant would have been a so-called different bucket, but NDOT is prepared to fold that bucket into the larger I-80 bucket, maybe giving us a little bit more economy of
Okay.
scale.
And there's no, the other, if I remember the conversation we had was, it was either this one or 4th Street. So there's no way for us to move that money to 4th Street, because that wasn't approved, to say maybe we could come with the money on 4th Street through CDBG or whatever to do that. So
Yeah, you're
we sort of
correct.
lost that opportunity.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
We did.
Well, it makes sense to me, Mr. Mayor, to work better with NDOT as they do the whole project, and we wouldn't have to spend this $130,000. It may be very fortunate for us that we knew this at the time we had. If we'd have done this last year, we might have done the project, then they would have torn it up anyway. So I think we should pounce on this good fortune.
Okay. I think you did. And I've got a motion, second approval. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Are they going to tear down that monstrosity called a store? No, that's personal. I'm sorry.
Oh, Mr. Guston. Which one is that? Oh. All right. Update on grievances and arbitrations, J13.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and City Manager Renee Runges, Director of Human Resources. You have before you staff report, status of the grievances and arbitrations. And in the matter of the active grievances, there really hasn't been any material change since the last report. Included in this report were grievances for 2009 and 2010, and a little description of the activity of those grievances, and I will be happy to entertain any questions.
Any questions?
Move to accept the report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, boards and commissions. Ward 2, Central Neighborhood. She's not here, so we'll postpone that till the next week. Identification of any future items.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I was looking for Ms. Matievich, but I don't know if you've heard, but you certainly haven't heard any update on Hot August Nights. We're supposed to have something in October, weren't we? And then November? And I understand there's even a problem with the facility, and Chairman's not here, maybe Dwight's the chairman now, knows that there's overlapping contracts out at the Convention Authority, which is used for the auction and then another show coming in. I just feel very uncomfortable with hearing nothing and getting this resolved as to how we're going forward.
Let's get
I'd
an
like that-
update and a report.
I'd like to get that on a future agenda item because time is wasting.
Then, Mr. Mayor, with Mr. Hawkins and this graffiti,
Yes.
maybe our staff and the police department can report back on how we can facilitate that, that private group moving forward.
Mr. Fraza had mentioned something about, excuse me.
I was going to put on the graffiti, but also the Human Services Coalition. I think it needs to be placed on the agenda so we can restructure that.
Okay. Mr. Azzi?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the legislative subcommittee we discussed should be on the agenda. It's not on our note here. I'm assuming it would come forward with the flood control, results of the flood control meeting on our next agenda for the JPA or whatever it is that we decided on. I was told today it wasn't a JPA. And then, I don't know whether we would do this privately or publicly, but I'd sort of like an update. Someone said that we're in negotiations with Waste Management. I'd sort of like to know where we are, because their contract isn't up for 6 years, and I haven't really heard that we're in negotiations with them. I'd sort of like to know what it is that they're asking for.
On the JPA and there's one other thing. Oh, baseball. I'm going to be out of town next week. I'm not going to be able to make the next meeting. And I would like to be here for those, if we could do those in the first meeting in February, because I would be here, the JPA and the other.
For the JPA too, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I'd like to. I think y'all did a great job of getting what it's done, but I haven't had a chance to look at it, and I would like to. Okay? Or
When is our meeting in February?
the 8th or 9th? Does that screw it up?
Yeah, it kind of does, Mr. Mayor, because we're on a schedule, and the Corps was there at the retreat. I think we spent like 5 hours. They just sent it out. If we could get it to you, I mean, is there a possibility you can call in on that section, because we're kind of reaching a deadline now?
Well, here's what we can
Well,
do.
I mean,
Why don't I can meet with you and tell you what we went over, and we can see if we can agendize it for next week.
Yeah.
And if you still want to postpone it, I'd be happy to postpone it. Or maybe
Okay.
you'll be comfortable with it, and you can call in and do it that
okay,
way.
all right, good. All right. Then Sharon had said something about an amendment to the Damani Ranch handbook to have some new wording brought back to us on something, so I want to put that on the agenda. Anything else? Okay, let's move on. Any liaison reports?
Mr. Mayor, I just have, it falls into a topic that a couple council people have already talked about, and graffiti. I had a meeting with the chief and with the downtown police tax district chairman, and we're going to have a future meeting with the DIA and looking at policing. Chief Pitts has been very open and very willing to look at policing and how we go about what we're doing downtown. I don't know how many of you are aware of the Crest Inn and how many different agencies participated in that and cleaning that area. That was absolutely a disaster waiting to happen. But my point is that the graffiti, which we at once had a very good handle on, you might remember under Chief Pullman, when he was here, we had talked about 72 hours, then it got down to 48 hours, but we had the trucks on the street. So I think that as part of the future conversation we'll have, and I'll keep the council informed, we will talk with Chief Pitts about that, because that's some of the conversation that's gone on here, how the policing could be changed a little bit and maybe benefit some of the angst that rightfully so, that residents have right now. But it was a very good meeting, and I applaud Chief Pitts for being open and straightforward about, okay, if this isn't working, then let's figure out a different way to do it and how to staff people, certainly for downtown, which has been a considerable consternation for people for a while.
Well, we also are going to do budgets this week, so that's a real good time to take care of some of these problems, maybe on budget.
But it was nice that we folded in not only the police tax district,
Yeah.
but now that the DIA also wants to contribute.
Good.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Quick, just for flood control, we did meet last Friday. We had our retreat, and what we did do over the interim, I spent about 30 hours with Naomi Dewar and going over the the flood control contracts on 4 separate occasions. We met with our staff. Councilman Srazza and I met with RTC and Tumwa and our staff about what we wanted to do on this. I thought we had a very good meeting. Some of the high points, we got them to agree to keep the voting structure unanimous. We told them it either would have to change the makeup of it or stick with unanimous, and they agreed to stick with the unanimous part. We put in a provision at the end that this would be renegotiated every 7 years. Basically, there's a reopener, so it's not totally in perpetuity, although we had to put in some language that wouldn't stop if you sell bonds or something, you can't get rid of that. But there's some portions in there that people wanted to put in to protect themselves in the future that might not even happen for 10 years. So this gives us an opportunity, once it does, we can put things in or take things out. We put in a paragraph that would allow the authority to allow local governments to be the oversight, to be able to make the approvals of some of the projects that go forward. Did some grandfathering clauses for some projects that are already there. So I think we made a lot of changes to what was, some definition changes also, and that'll be coming back for you to all see. But we had a very good meeting and a very long meeting, but we went through it line by line.
Well, if you've gone and done some of the things you and I talked about and what you've talked about today, I might not have a problem with it being on the next agenda. So I'll get with you.
Okay.
All right. Any other reports? All right. Any reports on?
Mr. Mayor, I do want to give one more report because it's been in the newspaper from RTC, and I think Dwight would be appreciative of this also. These cost overruns that people are talking about, I want people to know that the reason they even know about these is because the subcommittee that Dwight and I formed to look into these things. And after our subcommittee meeting, I think it was in November, Dwight, we started raising some alarm bells about why this happened, that one of the staff members had made some approvals of projects that we didn't think that he had authority to approve without going to the subcommittee. So we brought it up to the RTC to look into this matter. It's not all overruns, what they call. Some of these, that $2 million was approved by us in our subcommittee meeting to do, but some of them weren't. And that's what we're dealing with in a personnel issue at RTC. And hopefully something will happen at this thing that was instituted about or initiated over 2 months ago. So I think we have a handle on this, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. Dwight's no longer on the RTC, but we're going to make sure that that we handle what happened there in a timely manner, that it gets fixed, and that the policies, I've already had discussions with the director. I'm the outgoing chair of that organization, but I think we'll get that handled very shortly.
So you're going to get that done before I go over there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. All right. Light bulbs, the arch. What are the cost of these light bulbs? And I've already talked to Jason Geddes about $800 of service fees. Come on up, Mr. Geddes. Doctor, excuse me. I like throwing that out once in a while. Have a doctor that'll speak to me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jason Geddes, Environmental Services Administrator. We were just looking at the cost of the bulbs in the arch. The bulbs that we did put in, the LED bulbs, cost about $40,000 to retrofit the arch and are saving roughly $1,000 a month in energy savings. And we did receive some NV Energy rebates and use some stimulus money to do that project. So in order to keep moving forward with different colored bulbs, we'd either need to put in an LED equivalent bulb, and they cost roughly $20 a piece, so it'd be about $40,000 to put in blue LEDs in the bulb or in the arch. And right now we're sitting there with the incandescents through the ball game, and we're ready to remove them whenever you are.
I think we should remove them until I have a chance to go out and see if I can raise the money to buy blue light bulbs. And if I can do that, then we'll talk about it. And the $800, I'm working on that now for the energy savings from some donations to pay for that. Yes, sir.
Is that $40,000 for all the bulbs to turn blue, or just the ones that we had changed?
It would be just for the ones we had to change. There is 2,076 sockets, but we didn't change the ones on the end posts. We just changed the ones in the middle.
And is there any use for the existing ones if we moved them somewhere, we took them out? Is there? I don't remember what size socket those are, or are those just in reserve? But there's a bad part about those; they last forever. So,
right now they're in reserve. We haven't looked for any other places to use those, but we could.
The blue ones.
No, the white
The other
ones, when we
white
take out the white ones, they're worth
Oh, yeah,
$40,000.
yeah, no, we'd have to find
So if I
places.
could use them somewhere else, it's not a sunk cost, it's something
Right.
I could use them somewhere else.
Well, for right now, so that we don't go any further until we can see if we can raise the money, I think we should revert back to what our agreements are with the power company and everybody else and replace the blue bulbs. In the meantime, I'll see what's out there, the appetite about raising money to do that, selling bulbs for $20 a piece to a lot of people.
I do have to tell you, Mr. Mayor, I want to congratulate you because I honestly did not think they would have won. I think that was the driving force
Well, I thought
to
that
make
pushed
that
them right
happen.
over the top.
And nobody can prove it wrong.
Well, the nice thing about it is I've seen it on national TV 2 or 3 times with our ice skating rink and stuff like this, and I don't think we could buy the publicity with the hotels changing over and everything that we got when they were playing, and even the rest of the time. We've had some great coverage on it, but I think we should go ahead and go back to our agreement with everybody. I'll raise the 800 that we talked about, and then see if we can put a program together to raise $20 bulbs, have people buy some bulbs.
Thank you, sir.
All right, discussion potential direct staff on the noise ordinance. Haven't we done this before?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the reason why I put this on the agenda, right now, our noise ordinance, it only protects single-family zones. So if you live in a house, you're protected, but if you live in an apartment, duplex, or something else, you're not protected. And I think that's wrong in our code. I think it needs to be changed, and so this is just an initiation to change our noise ordinance so it applies to residential zones.
Okay. Who wanted a second? Wasn't a motion. Oh, okay. Have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Back to item J8. Oh, good. We'll take a 5-minute break. Boy, you guys are holding me to it today.
Lynette Hamilton for the County Manager for the Finance Department. We're pleased to present the comprehensive annual financial report for the period ending June 30th, 2010. And I have here today Elva Zuniga, who is a partner with Galena LLP, who is our external audit firm, and she has a few remarks.
Good afternoon, City Council members, Madam City Manager. I was asked to come today before you to provide you with some information regarding the city's comprehensive annual financial report. Basically, we issued an unqualified opinion, which in other words, it's a clean opinion on the CAFR. The audit was conducted in accordance with the overall timeline that was presented to the city's management on the engagement letter dated back on July 1. The audit also included a single audit, which is an audit of the major federal programs that the city administers, and that also received an unqualified opinion on those major federal programs. There's also some required communication that I will leave with city management that covers some of the other topics relating to accounting policies, new accounting policies that the city implemented this year. You will note in Note 1, there was an implementation of GASB 51 as well as GASB 53. The report was reviewed by the audit committee, and there were some proposed changes which were provided to management and incorporated in the final CAFR. At this time, I guess I'm willing to entertain any questions should you have any. Otherwise, I believe that management's discussion and analysis does a very good job of explaining the results of the city's financials for 2010.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions at this time? We have a motion to accept the report?
Second.
Second? Any other further comments?
Yeah, I wanted to bring up something that's been in the press yesterday, and just want to clarify for our city manager, because it's getting out there. There's been a number, and this has to do with the city's finances regarding reductions in force. I think there's been a number out there in the press that said 20 to 30, and some other information. Getting asked about it, Madam City Manager. So I just think we need to put on the record what we're looking at. I don't know if you're bringing those numbers forward at our retreat tomorrow and Friday, but I just want it out there for the public, because I don't think those are correct numbers, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Vice Mayor Guston, Councilmember Sferraza, you're right, those are not our numbers. Those are not the city's numbers. At this point in time, I specifically have said I wasn't willing to talk or ready to put a number forward, a number of staff or that would be related, or the amount of the dollars. What we're looking for is tomorrow we'll give you kind of some gross as to what our overall financial condition is. We're going to wait for the very specific number until we come back to you in the first meeting in February with the resolution and the options in terms of service changes. So what we're trying to do is, last year, you remember the numbers changed along the way. We're trying to make sure we have the right number so that we speak. But 20 to 30 people is not going to be enough to take care of our issue.
And those numbers too, we're talking about two separate things, because we've got to get through this fiscal year, correct? We have a
Correct.
shortage for this fiscal year, and then we
Correct.
also have the budget coming up that we need to adopt.
Correct.
For 11-12.
That is correct.
Okay.
So we have two issues, the existing budget and the future budget.
Okay.
We'll have-
Thank
Just
you.
like last year.
I just wanted to clarify that for everyone, that those weren't numbers put out by staff, and we haven't received those yet. Thank you.
We will discuss that, I'm sure, at length tomorrow and maybe even into Friday. This motion and second we have is for the previous fiscal year. Any comments regarding that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We are in recess now until our public hearing at 6 o'clock.
Is on his way, as well as Dan Guston. So as I understand it, we'll have staff make a presentation, and then we'll take public comment, and then bring it back to the table for council discussion. Now, do we have to open up the public hearing, Madam Clerk?
Yes, and for the record, proper notice was given. We received 21 letters of protest, and council received copies of each.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, you have the affidavit showing that the hearing was properly noticed, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, this is the time set for the Special Assessment District Number 1 for 2011. The public hearing is now open, so I'll turn it over to staff to make the presentation.
Good evening, Council and City Manager. My name is Steve Hardesty, City of Reno Public Works. I'm the Assessment District Coordinator. 6 o'clock public hearing is for the 2011 Special Assessment District Number 1. Again, this is a compilation of the neighborhood rehabilitation program that the city performs, and also the Regional Transportation's arterial rehabilitation program. This is the third year that we'll be combining these districts, or these two projects. It was posted in the district on 6th, 7th, and 8th of December. Certified letters were mailed on the 3rd of December. A public information meeting was held on the 14th of December with 46 people attending. There were in excess of 76 telephone calls, 10 letters, 11 emails, and staff met 10 citizens out on site regarding this district. Mostly, they were concerned with the costs and how they're determined and how the process worked. In this district, there are 916 parcels. The estimated assessments were $1,820,988.76. There have been either 21 or 23 letters of protest, depending on the fact that we've got 3 protests, all for one particular property. They were all received by the January 13th deadline. This represents a total opposition of 2.4% of the entire district, or 9.5% of the assessments in the Westfield Village area. Assessments of those protesting represent about 2.53% of the entire project. The SAD work being assessed in this project are the sidewalks, driveway approaches, and route mitigation. In the notice to property owners, there are listed 6 criteria for protesting and objecting to the creation of an assessment district. I'm going to go and I'm going to address those protests right now. I'll go through that rather quickly if that's at all possible.
All right.
The six criteria: propriety of acquiring or improving the project, estimated cost of the project, determination concerning the portion of the cost of the project to be paid by the assessment, method used to estimate the special benefit, the basis established for the apportionment of the assessment, and regularity, validity, and correctness of the proceedings. The propriety of acquiring or improving the project, most of the correspondence referred to the poor economy in which we're producing, or which we're going to do this project, and the propriety of doing this project at this time. There were 2 who questioned the homeowner's responsibility of maintaining sidewalks. NRS 278 describes the circumstances under which a governing body may compel action by owner of the property. In Section 2A, imposing an assessment or other charge authorized by law for any construction or repair of a sidewalk the governing body causes to be performed within the public right-of-way, because there were some concerns about the work all being done in the public right-of-way, and a lot of property owners were concerned about that. NRS 271 defines the general powers of counties, cities, and towns to create assessment districts. And NRS 271.050 defines an assessment as a special assessment or levy thereof against any tract specially benefited by any project to defray wholly or in part the cost of the project. So that addresses the questions regarding the propriety of acquiring. There were some concerns about the design, inspection, and processing fees being so high and even being charged to the project. In the estimate, we normally use about 30% of the construction costs. That's why the design, inspection, and processing fees are as high as they are in that area. Historically, they usually come in between 20 and 25% when we close out the project. We also estimate $14 for sidewalk, $16 for driveway approaches, and $18 for commercial driveway approaches, and $1,000 for route mitigation. Those are all estimates. They're estimated high so that we don't have the opportunity of being, in this way, outbid by the contractor. In the P1 project up in the Westfield Village area, what we're going to recommend to council when we adopt or approve the contracts is $6 for sidewalk and $4 for the driveway approach. One of the things that we do in the sidewalks when we do this is we take care of the criteria that you guys have established in the past, or that the council has established in the past. And of those, when those criteria are met, we actually bring the street up to ADA standards. One of the questions we had was their federal funds, since we are bringing the sidewalks up to standards. The responsibility of the sidewalk would not change even if we had the federal funds. It's still the responsibility of the property owner. There was questions regarding the method used to estimate the special benefit. One of them was the root mitigation. That seemed to come in quite a bit with the trees. The City Council adopted policy towards street trees that states every effort possible will be made to retain the street trees along the neighborhood streets involved in the neighborhood program. This was adopted by the council on September 24th, 1996. That same policy approved that the property owner will pay damage to sidewalks for one time, and any future damage done by the city's trees will be the responsibility of the city. It was also adopted by the council back in 1996. There was a major campaign to let us know how important those trees were in the neighborhood, and we just wanted to make sure and express it to you guys that the policy that the council does have, that you guys have established, is to save the tree and do everything possible to try to save the tree. In some instances, that's not possible, but that is the first priority and the main priority. There was one letter that stated that the city has an 8-foot right-of-way instead of a 5-foot normal right-of-way, that the neighborhood should get a financial reduction in the assessments. It doesn't work that way because the assessments are based on the actual work being done in front of that, in that property. So it could be a 20-foot sidewalk or 20-foot setback or a 2-foot setback. As long as it's within the city's right-of-way, it can be assessed. There were several references to the SADs or lack thereof on Arbutus Street and Delmar Way. In the case of Arbutus Street, it was reconstructed during the 1996 Street Rehabilitation Program. I did check on the AMG website, and there are at least 3 references to assessments for that project. Delmar Way was included in the 2001 street program. In the staff report dated May 9, 2000, it was recommended by staff and approved by council to not create the assessment district. At that time, staff evaluated the sidewalk and driveways associated with the various streets and found very little concrete needing improvement. Now, one of the things that we want to point out is Delmar was a very small portion of that program. So that's probably why there was a small amount of concrete. The other one was, it should be noted that the council established the criteria for assessing sidewalks. If in fact those criteria were not met, it doesn't mean that the concrete wasn't removed and replaced. We're doing that quite a bit even in this project. We've got notes, we've got an estimation using the recommended bid prices that in the Westfield area where you are going to be doing roughly $82,000 worth of sidewalk repairs. The city itself is going to fund almost $98,000 additional sidewalk repairs that didn't meet the criteria that needed to be replaced. And it works like that throughout the driveway approaches, either residential, commercial, and it works in all 3 of the city neighborhood projects. One of the examples is, and then there was also the idea if it wasn't enough concrete work to be done, it wouldn't be economical to create the district. In 2010, this council also went through that process, and we didn't create an assessment district for the 2010 special assessment district because it didn't meet the level that you guys had established to create a district. There was also inferences or references to the 5 properties on Mayberry Drive that actually back onto Mayberry Drive. Their frontage is on the other side. We did this previously about 3 or 4 years ago, I think, Mr. Mayor, where we assessed on the back side of properties on Mayberry Drive, and this is just the same policy. They're all getting a 50% corner credit, as we did on those streets. Regularity, validity, and correctness of the proceedings. There was one property owner that called in and complained that she didn't get the notice. However, after back checking the signature cards, we have the signature and it was received. So notice was given. And finally, there was some concern that the assessments are not being applied in a fair and equitable manner. Each assessment is based on the actual work being done in front of that property. If the property owner wants to do it himself, he has that opportunity to do that. As long as that work has met the criteria established by the city council, then it can be in the assessment district, and we've gone over that. The technicians and the engineers have gone over that I don't know how many times. That's my presentation. Oh, okay. Council has informed me that I need to list the names of the 21 that are in the protest. There's Terry Robinson, Laura M. Graydon, Melissa Limerow, Teresa Walks, Marilyn King, Joyce Stoffe, Deidre Maurer, Ron Marston, Wayne Gunderson, Allison Simcox, and then her sons Tommy Simcox and Robbie Simcox are all in the same parcel. Andrew and Kate Parr, Lynn Skinner, Jennifer Minchin, Ben Baird, Georgine Thomas. Those were all in the P1 project up in the Westfield area. In the P3 area would be Doris Maciel, Karen Henderson. In the P8 project would be Carly L. Sullivan and Joan Topoyan. And then the last one would be in the P9 area would be Thomas Peacock. That's out at the Maybury project. And then the final one isn't even in the district, but he's also responding to the parcels with Allison Simcox, would be Ivan Del Grego.
Deputy City Attorney Susan Ballroth. For the record, I had him list those because those were the 21 protests received within the deadline written process that he has just addressed. That would be the protests that would be dispensed with tonight should you adopt the resolution.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mayor, we have the next part of the public hearing, since you came in, is to hear the folks that have actually did the request to speak.
Okay.
And then there's the...
Okay. Ruth. Yeah, we're done. We have several people that want to speak. We have one here, Ruth and Brad Stacy, said they do not wish to speak, but they're in opposition. We have somebody here speak, Tony Harsh. You wish to speak? You may. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. I'm going through this, and I could be misunderstanding. I was sent this notice about this and did attend on February 14th. And in the letter, it says that we are to come forward on January 19th, and I did not realize that there was a deadline for writing a protest. So I apologize for...
Go ahead.
Okay. My concern specifically, and you all have some material before you that I have prepared, is regarding the design, inspection, and processing fee. And I felt that that was duplicitous, because I believe that we have a general fund as well as a street fund that I believe considers what we're doing with our streets. I think that streets are a basic service that the city provides, and I do not understand why we are being asked to pay this fee when this is a city project. I also have been very concerned about the opportunity to underground utilities when the opportunity presents itself. We are redoing the streets here completely. This is a 1946 neighborhood, which is extremely unique in itself, close to downtown, with only 2 streets in and out, and 1 additional, so 3 in and 2 out. There's a great opportunity to underground those utilities, and I think it would improve the neighborhood immensely as far as adding to the safety as well. On the second page of the materials that I provided for you, I talked about the opportunities about undergrounding utilities and what that would do for your priority of green action plan and greening the community. I think there is an opportunity to go to Nevada Energy, NV Energy, and have them assist us in that particular endeavor. So I believe that everything is there for you in writing, and I'm available for any questions. And I just thank you for this opportunity. And also I want to commend the staff, and what a wonderful job they all did. In fact, the engineer, one of the engineers, not Steve, but one of the engineers commented that night that there are neighborhoods that don't need sidewalks. And I think we're way too far down that process right now, but there is an opportunity for some savings there as we move forward because of the whole idea of handicap, Dave Iazzi is very interested in walkable communities and bicycle lanes, and this would be a perfect neighborhood, but I believe we're too far down the line on the design on that.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
I think you'll enjoy some of the things about undergrounding utilities, and there's a benefit there for the city so close to the new community center.
Okay. Thank you very much. Alan Smith?
Good evening, how are you?
Identify yourself for the record, please, sir. Good to see you.
Hi. Did you say identify myself?
Yeah, please.
I'm Alan Smith. We're new folks in the neighborhood. I come from Ms. Faraz's district, lived there for over 10 years. We live on Forson Drive, and we border on Beegler. I'm being assessed fines for the work being done, not fines, I'm sorry, fees, whatnot, for the work being done on Beegler Circle. In looking at the street, I'd just like to say, I understand work needs to be done, and there is work to be done. Forson Drive's fine. I don't have any work on Forson Drive. Beegler looks good. I don't understand why we need to do it. That's all. And I wrote down my note, and I also speak for Emily Hamilton as well. That's just where we stand on it. I understand it needs to be done, but it seems a bit excessive.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sir,
Appreciate it.
You don't think we need to do the streets, or we don't need to do the sidewalks?
No, I think the streets need to be done. I think the sidewalks need
Okay.
to be done. To be completely honest, ADA should have been done a long time before it was required by law, in my opinion.
Okay.
But that being said, Beegler Circle isn't that bad. You know, Forson Drive, turn around and do 180 degrees, look out my front door, there's a 1.5 foot rise across the street. That needs to be done. My 1/2 inch rise, as I said, I'm from Miss Faraz's district off Wells Avenue. They put a steel plate over that and call it good over there. I mean, I've seen it over in the Wells Avenue neighborhoods. Instead of the sidewalk, they just put a steel plate there. It's pretty quick, it's pretty easy.
Okay.
It's not so expensive.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm gonna mess this name up. Cash and Collie. Help me out, please, would you? Help me out, thank you.
I'm Cash Yajnik.
Okay,
and,
thank you very
owner of
much.
White Court Motel.
All right.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council and the attendees, just to let you know, I've been owning this place for about 7 years. We were profitable last 4 years. Last year was very, very bad for us. I lost money big time. And I think it's the same story for many businesses in Reno area right now. And our economy is bad. We are trying to our best to survive this economy. That's where we are. The reason I'm here is because I feel that this puts unnecessary hardships on motel owners like me, especially because our vacancy rates are low. And I know everybody's trying to do well in Reno. We're trying to draw businesses and make it a nice place. Having said all that, I think we still need to do something better, and I wish I could help more. But under the current conditions, if you can defer a couple of options, if you can defer the improvements to maybe 2 or 3 years down the road, when the economy gets better, we can handle it at that time. Or if we can do it in stages, maybe where something can be done phased out over some years, that'll be a good option for us. But please consider some other options and financial impact on businesses. Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Robert Ferguson?
Hello, I'm Robert Ferguson. Mayor, council members. Things happen. I did not get to attend the first meeting. I did not get to write a letter of opposition or to state why it's going to be a hardship. But with the economy the way it is, the last 2.5 years, I've been working less than half the hours I normally work. This assessment to me is like $4,000. I have been paying this guy, paying that guy, playing round robin with the bills. I've had 2 foreclosure notices. I've managed to stave them off. And my insurance company told me paint the house and replace the roof, or we're canceling your insurance. Well, I had paint, I painted the house, I couldn't fix the roof, they canceled my insurance on the house. I need any money I can get to put a roof on the house first before having to pay for sidewalks. So like I say, this is a severe hardship for me, and probably a lot of other people, but like, I got a corner lot, so I'm getting nailed twice on the price of this.
No.
And does this have anything to do with them tearing up the sewer lines, because they're going to be going across the sidewalks to replace the sewer lines? I got a notice of that a couple days ago. They're tearing out the sewer lines in my neighborhood at my house, taking it out of the backyard, which means they got to go through one sidewalk on one side. They want to bring it out through the front yard to the street, and that goes through a second sidewalk. So, and it said no cost to me, but yet we're doing sidewalk repair, and I'm being assessed $4,000 for this.
We'll have the staff member get with you and answer that question for you, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thomas Peacock?
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I didn't make the first meeting. I wish I had, because I could have asked a lot of the questions then, but the postman decided he couldn't give it or mail to us when we're home the whole time, so I filed a complaint with the post office about why they put a little card in my box and make me go down to the central post office to get this letter, and I get it late, beyond that meeting because we're home the whole time, and so he should have been able to give us the notice, but he didn't. Anyway, so I've been involved with a lot of different assessment districts, and every one of them have been a permanent district with an annual fee, like a sewer assessment district, and every year you pay this much. A street lighting assessment district, or a library district, or a parks district, and you pay an annual fee, and it's added on usually to your property taxes. So this looks to me, when I see it, like it's a $1,099 extra property tax.
Yeah.
But from what I've been hearing here, if my sidewalk has no damage, I may be assessed zero. I go down, and even though Mayberry, I have no access to it directly from my property, I go down and I sweep the rocks. The only person I've ever seen on that sidewalk is me when I'm well, I don't see myself. I've jogged on that sidewalk because then I can trip over the boulders and stuff that roll off of the embankment there where Lake Ditch is on my property, and I guess it fronts on Mayberry. So therefore, I get this thing because of Mayberry, but I don't have an address on Mayberry, and I have 5 neighbors up there that don't have an address on Mayberry, but they all have frontage on Mayberry. I wondered about, when I jogged down to the west, very quickly there's a park strip between 10 and 30 feet wide, and there's a little park there. All that's green. It gets watered by the city. It gets mowed by the city. And I wonder if the people whose house is back to that park strip are also assessed because Mayberry is behind their house too, and I suspect maybe not because there's that 10 to 30 foot park strip in between the back of their house and the sidewalk. Whereas in my case, there's not. In that case, maybe I should try to attempt to get the deed 10 feet of that very steep slope in the wall of next to Lake Ditch to the city, so that I don't have that part of on Mayberry that I cannot use. But that's so. A lot of my letter, I'm assuming you each saw it, dealt with the unfairness of taxing one group in this assessment district and not taxing everybody else in the city. I may be off base there because, like you say, maybe if there's no damage to my side, the sidewalk in front of my property, that I will not be assessed anything. I'm not really sure at this point because that has not been made clear to me. But I have a buddy that's about a block away on Regent Street. They're closer neighbors than many of these others on the other side of Mayberry, and he did not receive this at all because they have no sidewalks there. So I thought maybe I should, for a lot less money than $1,099, get a guy out there with a jackhammer and remove the sidewalk. Or maybe even cheaper, get a guy with a dump truck and dump dirt on it, because after all, there's this big wall. Just slope it down so you can't see the sidewalk that's under it, and then therefore there's nothing to repair. Nobody ever walks on it. In the wintertime especially, because the ice and the snow build up there to where you need a pickaxe to get it out. I know it's my responsibility to clean the snow, but you know, you need a pickaxe to get it out there. It's on the south
I'm
side.
gonna have to cut you now.
The north side is where all the kids from Smoke walk. They're not stupid. They walk on the north side because the snow melts there.
Okay, I'm gonna have to cut you there because you've had your time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Any other public comment? Anybody else wish to speak on this issue or anything at this time? For or against? Yes, come on up. Did I see a hand over here? Fill out a paper. Ma'am, after you finish, fill out a paper. Afterwards, oh, that's all right, you go ahead. Identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Lynn Skinner Clay. I am a homeowner and resident of Westfield Village. I just have a point of order here. Our council member, our representative, isn't even here. And I really don't think that that's right, that first he's blowing us off on an issue that we are very, very sensitive about, and it's very important to us.
He's out sick.
Well, then maybe we ought to postpone any more talk and any more decision-making until our representative is here. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody over here wish to speak? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Juan Carlos Peña. I'm off of 1815 Carville Way in P3 section, and prior to this, before anything, we've been there over a year. And prior to this, 3 months ago, actually 2 months ago, we paid $2,500 to get a driveway fixed. And they never mentioned none of this was going to happen. I have my receipts, I have my statements, and I just feel it's really unfair the way that the economy is and what I'm working, that I still need to try to pay something else to get something that I've had done 2 months ago and get it removed and get it redone once again. I just really believe that's unfair.
We can have staff get with you and look into that, and if it was done to specifications, then we'll work it out with you.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. There's somebody over here, raise their hand. There's 2 people. Three people. If you'll fill out forms later, but you come on up. You come up first, ma'am, and then you, ma'am, and then you, sir.
Hello, my name is Ruth Flack. I live on Bigler Circle, and I would like to differ with the gentleman who spoke earlier. I know these are hard economic times. I've got a $1,900 assessment for the sidewalk, but the Bigler Circle does need repair. I've been there for 13 years, and I've dealt with it for 13 years, and I'm happy that we're going to have this done.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. If you'll fill out a form. Yes, ma'am. No. You with the red on. Identify yourself for the record, please.
Well, my name is Allison Simcox, and I live on Westfield Avenue. I also am not feeling very well tonight, but I came anyway, and I wish our representative from Ward 1, Dan, would have been here. I'm not a great public speaker, so I'm going to read
You do whatever you
what
need
I
to,
feel.
ma'am. You'll be fine.
I lived in Reno for most of my life, in Westfield Village for the past 4 years. Every day, there seems to be more bad news about our economy. It seems like the city of Reno is broke. We're told of city employees being laid off, even firefighters being laid off because of the city's budget or lack of it. And yet you plan to go forward with repaving our streets and our sidewalks. This is a project that the people of Westfield Village didn't ask for, and most of us don't want, but you're choosing to go forward with it anyway. If you drive around our neighborhood, you'll see so many houses in foreclosure, or they're for rent or for sale. There's one around the corner from me that's up for auction on the 23rd. Our economy is making it so hard for so many of us to even stay in our homes. And yet, you still want to go forward with a project to repave our streets and our sidewalks. If all of this money that you're spending on our sidewalks would go towards savings and maybe some city workers' jobs, that might be a better way to spend our money. I think that when everything is said and done tonight, you guys are going to go forward with the project no matter what we say or what we do. We're kind of powerless. That's how it feels. We can complain and offer our protests and input, but I fear that once ground is broken on our street, it's all just going to be gone, and the city will take over, and they're going to do what they're going to do. Our neighborhood is the oldest, largest subdivision in Reno. It was developed in 1946 and 47, part of the GI Bill for veterans coming home from World War II. So it has history and tradition. And so do our trees. They line our streets. It's a beautiful neighborhood. And those trees are bringing up the sidewalks and making the sidewalks crack. And that's the reason for this project. Steve Hardesty has made us a lot of promises that there's going to be every effort made to save the trees. He said they're going to divert, if there's a tree here, they're going to divert the sidewalk way around it. I just want the city to live up to what they're saying they're going to do. I do not want them to come in here on day one of the project and bulldoze down the streets and chop down our trees because there's a deadline to be met or it's not within the budget to save the tree. I want them to be honest about what they're doing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks for your
Thank
input.
you.
Thank you. If you'd fill out a form over here, please. Right over here, the secretary. Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Tommy Simcox, and I'm the son of Allison Simcox, and she's a single mother of two. And I'm not sure if you guys know this, but Nevada is ranked the second worst state in terms of unemployment, and the 14th highest city in America in terms of foreclosure rates. Now, I know those are just numbers, perhaps fairly abstract numbers to those in charge of the city, but to those of us who work two jobs, such as my mom, these facts are indeed proverbial, ever ominous anvils being held over the working class's heads. Understanding this, maybe some re-evaluation is due. Maybe instead of holding the people in Westfield Village responsible for the fiscal irresponsibility of the city by making us pay other people to exterminate what little individuality my neighborhood has, that eccentricity separates my community from the ever mundane, standardized, concrete suburbia that is the majority of Reno. You recognize the near undisputed consensus that my neighborhood has established. We do not want to pay other people to cut down the trees that give us shade in the summer, a place for the birds to sit and sing. Thank you, and I have faith that after reading this letter, everyone will see our point and come to an agreement that will better the lives of the working class, as you always do.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much. Okay, have no other public comment at this time? We keep raising around here. You want? Okay, no, we're not. This is the last call for speakers. Now, I'm going to let this guy and this lady over here, and that's it.
For the record, Andrew Parr, a resident of Westfield Village. In my business, 2 to 3% return rate on unsolicited surveys or proposals is actually pretty high. I would put forth that the protest rate here of 2 to 3% reflects only a small percentage of those that are really opposed to this. I've heard two things here. I've heard a lot of opposition to this, very little support for it. I would also acknowledge that the sidewalks are in need of repair, the street in need of repair, but I'm not sure if this is the right time to be moving forward with this. I forgot the rest of the thing I was going to say. I have no notes. But the protest rate, I'm sure, is much higher than what your 2 to 3% actually reflects. And I would like you to, request that you consider that in your decision-making tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Susan B. Orland, and I have lived in Westfield Village on Meadow Street since 1956, when I was 3 years old. My father lives right next door to me. He bought 2 houses side by side, one in 1956 and one in 1960. My dad is on hospice right now. He has very little time to live. And I'm on Social Security disability, raising a daughter that's a sophomore in high school on $640 a month. When I was a little girl, we had to put our skates on, on our shoes with our little buckles and keys. The sidewalks were no better then than they are now, but we made it. We made it through. We edged our way through it. The timing is so bad right now, for everybody, and I'm not trying to get any kind of compassion for what my situation is, because everyone's situation is bad. My father has a $10,000 life insurance policy to leave my brother and myself, and this is going to take our whole inheritance with the sewer and whatever goes through. And we don't need it. We don't want it. We love our trees. We love our neighborhood. They did Del Mar, they did Arbutus. I don't think they put these people through this. I think there was a lot more money in the budget at the time, and they didn't make the people do this. But right now we're suffering, and what are we gonna do? Are they gonna put a lien on our homes? Are they gonna take our houses away if we can't make the payments on this? What happens to us? That's what I wanna know. What is going to happen if we can't make these payments? Is there an answer to that?
Don't have an answer right now, but
Well,
I'll
that's
ask
too
one.
bad.
No,
Because
we'll
we're
ask tonight.
afraid.
We're gonna get into it.
Because we're afraid.
We're gonna get into it. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna close the public comment section, bring it back to the table for discussion.
Probably be a good idea, Mr. Mayor, to Steve to address.
Yes, Steve, address some of the issues, the length of time these things can be spread out and all this type of stuff.
Yes. The timing on the program, let me go ahead and do the timing on the program. If the council proceeds with the creation of the district, work is scheduled to start probably sometime around late April or May. Should be done probably by mid-summer. We've got 9 different projects in this. 3 of them are city projects, 7 of them are RTC projects. RTC will probably work sometime up until first to mid part of October. We'll get the paperwork back from RTC so I can start processing the costs and everything. We'll get all the costs associated to each project, put all that stuff together. I'll be back before you about February of next year. It'll take about 2 months, February or March of next year. It'll take about 2 months to go through the process of closing. The cash payment period should be about May of 2012. If they go through the processing for the financing program, which right now is scheduled to be a 10-year program with 20 semi-annual payments, the first one of those will be due on September 1st of 2012. There's a hardship program that is available, and we get the application in. It's based on the housing and urban development income levels. It's 50% of that level. I have those figures and I have those applications in my office. All I need is a phone call or a letter or somebody tapping me on the shoulder this evening to get that application. I think that addresses that issue.
There was a question about the sewer.
The sewer,
Can I follow up on timing first still?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Because the other timing is, we've initially gone out and seen which sidewalks need to be repaired.
Yes,
But
sir.
everyone can sort of protest that, and you go out again and look and see what really needs to get fixed. Versus the gentleman, Mr. Payne, who said they just fixed it, he just paid to fix it. We may have gone out there before he fixed his driveway.
absolutely.
And
No,
so
I've
that
got I've got those
Right.
notes down here. I'm going to check with,
I mean, just so they know, we go out and we
Right.
double check that before any work is done. So for Mr. Pena, that may be taken off that assessment. That was done before you got yours.
we'll go out and check with Mr. Pena for sure, and we'll also check with Mr. Ferguson and let him know what the setup was with the sewer work, because the sewer work is a different, I think it's a different contract, but it's being done in conjunction with the work out in Montello and Carville in that area. But we'll have somebody touch base with him and fill him in on what's going on with that. There's probably 3 steps, there's probably 3 different times that there's an engineer or a technician out on the streets. Once the streets are identified through the pavement management program and everything else, and they're selected by you guys to be part of the street rehabilitation program, that's about 1.5 to 2 years ago that you probably identified these streets. At that time, we send technicians out to actually examine the streets, sidewalks, driveway approaches, and any work that might be done that could be put into an assessment district. Then that is again reevaluated and measured a second time, and then finally, we do the drawings and everything and confirm that our drawings match what we've identified out on the street. And then through the course of this process, property owners will be contacting us. Like I said, we've had 10 meetings out on the street already with folks to go over what the markings on the sidewalks mean. And then also we'll meet with Mr. Pena, Mr. Ferguson to go over again, or anybody else that calls the office will go out and confirm what we're doing. If in fact work has been done by the property owner in the meantime, that stuff comes off the assessment.
And you will do everything to save every tree that you can.
You betcha, sir.
You always have. Mr. President.
Yeah, just a couple questions for clarification that's been brought up. Everyone in the city, this isn't specific to this neighborhood. In fact, Wells Avenue, we just did a special assessment district for them. They actually came to us, wanted to be assessed because they wanted their sidewalks fixed. But I think to clarify some of the public comments, I think the one lady had said, why are we fixing the streets? Well, there's certain funds that are dedicated to certain things. The street fund, for example, that was voter approved. Those can only be used to fix the streets, not for fire, police. So we go through and fix the streets, but every single neighborhood in the city, it's not specific to this one, pays for their own sidewalks. Is that correct, Steve?
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to put together a history now of the assessment districts within Reno, and I've got records going back to 1956 of assessment districts being created by the council. And those days, we did curb, gutter, sidewalk, even some of the paving was charged to the property owners. Over time, that has been brought down to lessen the impact, and also other funding through the override and other things. So we've got other funding to put into the streets, so we've lessened the load on property owners. So, yes, ma'am.
And then on the assessment, you said it was a 10-year payback. For Wells, we had done a 20-year. Have we looked at that? I mean, they did their lighting and irrigation in that assessment, so it was much higher. But have we looked, because of the economic conditions, on looking at possibly a 20-year payback?
I don't believe that we've looked into a 20-year payback. What we're looking at and what we've been trying to do is the assessment estimate that we send out, the letter that we send out, is reasonably high because we don't want the contractor to come in and blindside us with a big bid. We had that problem out on Cashel Boulevard several years back. With the assessment, with the recommended bid that they'll bring back before you in February, those costs are going to come down quite a bit. We're recommending $14 in the estimate for $14 a square foot for sidewalk. For the Westfield Village area, the P1 project up in that neighborhood, that's $6 for sidewalk and $4 for driveway approach. We're almost less than half of what those estimates are. So the assessments, when these bid prices do come in, are going to be quite a bit less than what they are. There's very few of them that are in the even above the $5,000 range. So if we go out to a 20-year financing program, you're probably talking interest being exceeding the cost of the principal. So
The assessment, and then the design, inspection, and processing fees, And we had discussed this before, they're less because we've combined them with the RTC, correct? Because we've had this issue in the past of trying to, when we go out and do the processing, a reduction in those costs as far as design goes.
Yes, ma'am. In the past, each unit in the district, in this case, there would have been 10 units, were given their own design, inspection, and processing fees. We called them admin fees 4 or 5 years ago. And upon your recommendation, I believe, we looked at those and identified and brought those more firmly under control. Each unit in the old days got a $17,500 fixed price. That's the cost of bond counsel, bonds, and assorted other fees that are fixed for every unit. So with these projects, when we combine all of these 10 projects together, there's only one $17,500 fixed fee. And then the design costs through our engineering, and also in the RTC projects, they do outsource that engineering, so those costs are included, inspection fees, and also the administrative fees in-house, my time, basically, is also included in that. So those costs have been brought down considerably compared to what we used to have in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ashev.
A couple questions I think we still haven't answered on the liens, because the lien will attach to the property, assuming they accept the financing.
On the effective date of the creation of the district, yes, sir.
Right. So if they didn't make the payments, they would potentially lose the property, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then on the, I think it was Mr. Smith that indicated that he thought his sidewalk was fine. It's just a question of staff going back out there and looking at it, because that has happened before, where staff has said, we really don't need to fix the sidewalk.
Usually in most cases, staff will go back out and they'll identify or pinpoint what the problem is, and the property owner will usually concede that, there is a problem.
Right.
In some cases, either it's already been fixed or it doesn't quite meet that fraction of an inch to meet the threshold, and we will take it off the assessment. Yes, sir.
And then as far as the sewer line, I guess I'm not clear on the answer. The one gentleman indicated, Robert Ferguson, that he thought there was going to be another bill with respect to the sewer line?
No, sir. The sewer is a completely different project, funded under completely different funds. That is a no expense to the property owner except for the inconvenience. So that's true. And as far as this, some districts being annual, this is a one-time only. It's only for the cost of the repairs that are specifically being done and identified to that particular parcel.
Councilmember Hashtag, for the record, Susan Belroth, if I may, with regard to the sewer project, that is not an assessment. There will be some sewer work done. There will be no expenses. It's not going
Part
to
of
be
this assessment.
it's not at all.
And that's why I wanted to.
And it would be coordinated with the street work, and that's why it's being done, so we're not ripping up sidewalk and street after the sewer. And with regard to the lien, just to clarify, the fact that there's a lien doesn't mean you're going to lose your property at all. Just for the record.
Over a 10 or 12.
It has to go through a process, and it'd be non-payment, and it'd have to go through a long process before.
Understood, but to respond to Susan Orland's concern, if the work is done and they cannot make the payments, I know there's a process, but eventually the lien attaches, and we actually foreclose on liens that are not paid.
Yeah.
And then, with respect to Ms. Orland's, do you know what her total assessment is?
No, sir. I can touch base with her afterwards and let her know what that is.
And then just so we can clarify, so far the assessments that the city's proposing are high, and what we're going to see with these actual bids, as we've done before, they usually come in much less.
Yes, sir.
And then ultimately you'll come back in another public hearing process with the final assessment for what the liens are, or what the final assessment will be when they attach to the property.
Yes, sir.
And then
actually, just to clarify, sir, the lien actually is placed with the estimated assessment on the effective date of creating the district.
Right, but what the final number attaches is when you come back in the subsequent public hearing.
Yes, sir.
And then, just to clarify again, the RTC money, which is the dedicated street money, is paying for the streets. And then you said we're picking up a portion of the sidewalks, about $90,000.
Yes, sir.
And then really what the homeowner pays is for their sidewalk, assuming it needs to be repaired.
Yes.
All right, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Now, the first billings on these wouldn't be until year 12?
Yes, sir. My estimation is that the 30-day cash payment period, AMG will send out, the assessment management group will send out the bills probably sometime around May of 2012.
You
The
estimate?
first, for the financing program, if they roll it over into the financing program, first payment will be September 1st of 2012.
Okay, so it wouldn't be any billings this year. Okay. All right, Mr. Isaac?
Yeah, Steve, do you know of any time we've ever actually taken over a house from liens?
No.
I mean, it's possible. I think, I see what Pierre's saying is, it's a possibility, but I don't think we've ever done it. I can't
Councilman
remember
Ozzie,
us
I
ever
couldn't-
having one. The 14 years I've been here, I never remember even receiving a house for any non-payment of anything.
I couldn't answer that because finance takes care of that end of the.
And they can also, once they're assessed, at least what they're told has to be repaired, they have the opportunity to do the work themselves also, correct? They can go get a contractor. If they
Yes, sir.
think they can get it cheaper, they can get it done and work on it that themselves.
Yes, sir. It has to be a licensed bonded contractor with the city.
Correct. Can we get them, some of the people were concerned about the trees and how we treat the trees. Maybe we can get them a list of the previous SADs and they can drive around the city and see how we've treated trees in other areas so that they can see how we treated the trees. I mean, we have a track record at this and we're not going to change on this one because it's not cheaper to tear down the trees usually, and we want to keep it a livable community. So if people are concerned about that, the Simcoxes in particular, maybe they could drive around and see some of the ones that we've been doing in the past 10
They could go
years.
over to Del Mar and Arbutus.
Right. And when you explain, I didn't hear the explanation why some people who don't have sidewalks don't get assessed. If I don't have a sidewalk, I don't get assessed.
The subdivisions that you guys approve by ordinance and everything, some include sidewalks and other areas don't. So when you purchase the home, you purchase the responsibility of the sidewalk.
I live in an area where there's no sidewalks in my neighborhood, and there's some in the southwest the same way. So if the sidewalk wasn't there, there's no right-of-way for the city to even go put a sidewalk on. I think so we can't even go put a sidewalk on if we wanted to. On most
That's
of
not
those.
necessarily true.
Okay.
Up on Castro Boulevard, we had the same problem where we did actually put some sidewalks in. The right-of-way is still there, whether or not there's a sidewalk or not, in most cases.
Okay. So that's something that we could look at. I think, and Mr. Ferguson said that he's getting hit both sides because he's on a corner, but we have a policy that we only do the one their address is on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the city picks up the other half, whatever that is?
50% corner credit, yes, sir.
Right.
Adopted in 1996.
And I want to clear up, I think, what might be a misconception here or misunderstandings on the sewer work. We're going and doing the main work, but if people need to get their lateral done, that's on them. So
Yep.
that's not an SAD or anything, but if your sewer line has been from your house to the main sewer and it's been there for 46 years, it might be the time to get that repaired, because if you do it afterwards, then there's a charge to tear up the street later on. So some people are getting bills for that because they're fixing their laterals, and that's what they're tying in, and now it's a cheaper time to do that. So it's not an assessment, but that may be something, I think that's where some people, in the letters at least, they're talking about their laterals.
Yes, sir, that's true.
I think those are all my questions. I have comments is all.
Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Dortch?
And Steve, just real quick, I mean, you touched on it, I think, a minute ago on the hardship. Will you go over that for everyone once more time? The hardship
The hardship
application.
program, the application, I've got the applications, they're based on a housing and urban development economic status for Washoe County. It's like 50% of the median income. I think for one person, it's 24,500 or something in that range. That's for one person living in the house, and it generates on up. The granting of that, once verification of the income is provided and it's approved, then that application goes in, and you guys have to approve that. The council has to approve that, and the interest only is what's billed. The principal sits on the books. And then it's supposed to have an annual review of income. Then after that first annual review, then it's every 5 years.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. What is the wish of the council? Mr. Isaac?
Just with some comments, Mr. Mayor, I think one woman said that their representative isn't here, but I think if you look at your ballots, we're all on your ballots. You vote for every one of us up here. So I believe I do represent all of you, every one of you, whether you voted for me or not. I was on your ballot. We all do that. We have a little individual thing in Reno that you get to vote for every one of us. Mr. Iasnik said we should do this in stages. I think when you see the billing process, where the first bills don't go out until September of 2012, it's just be like postponing it for a year and a half. But by doing the work now, what I think you guys might be seeing is in this bad economy, we're getting great bids from our contractors. If you wait for the economy, you go look at what we did maybe 5 years ago, this assessment might have been triple what it is going to be now, because we're getting great bids from these contractors. And that is sort of putting other people to work. I think by repairing your streets, your property values are going to go up. There's no doubt in my mind, because it's just what happens. Property values go up at this time. It will be a lot less expensive to do it right now. And one more thing about the nature of this area that most of you here is Westfield Village. I think this council does understand the uniqueness of that area. That's why when you came forward to us and asked us not to let them develop the Y, that the city stepped forward and all the taxpayers stepped forward to help you keep that unique area. And we put millions of dollars out there to keep that as a unique area. And I want you to remember that we did that for the Westfield Village area and what Mr. Guston said. And we're really working hard to try to keep that a unique area. And it goes around. Every part of the city gets this assessment at one time or another.
Mr. Dortch, you have anything?
Just one follow-up comment,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. Because we've gone through so many of these SADs in the past, that when folks come back in the final assessment stage, once we have the actual bids, we generally find that most people don't come back, and those that do come back potentially qualify for hardship, and the council's been very flexible at trying to work with those homeowners to try to address those economic needs. And then the other thing is it's RTC money, it's street money, that they're going to pave your streets. It's not part of the assessment, and the assessment really is the sidewalks. And again, we're very flexible in the final assessment public hearing, trying to work with homeowners to make sure there is no economic hardship.
Okay. All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
What?
Well, we need to have a motion on item M1, then we'll go to resolution and ordinance. Mr. Isaac?
Does this have to be read some special way, usually, or not?
No, this is not the resolution. This
Okay.
This is hearing regarding the filing of preliminary assessment, role and opportunity to file written objections concerning the creation of that area to be assessed or for acquiring and improving 10 street construction units consisting of 52 street segments for the City of Reno, Nevada, Special Assessment District 1.
For the record, Susan Ballroth, Deputy City Attorney, you now proceed with the resolution because that
You want to go to
is the-
resolution?
Yes, that's the next step. They don't-
Okay, because usually we do the first one first and then resolution. Yeah,
they don't need to.
okay. If you'll read the resolution.
Certainly. Resolution number 7548, a resolution dispensing with certain protests and objections made at the public hearing on the provisional order for the City of Reno, Nevada, 2011 Special Assessment District Number 1, directing that the city engineer prepare an accurate revised estimate of costs, revised full and detailed plans and specifications, revised map and assessment plat, ratifying action previously taken in connection with said district, and providing for related matters thereto.
Move to adopt?
Second.
Have a motion to adopt and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item M12, ordinance introduction.
Bill number 6734, an ordinance creating the City of Reno, Nevada 2011 Special Assessment District Number 1 ordering the acquisition and improvement of 10 street construction units consisting of 52 street segments within the city of Reno, Nevada, providing for levy and collection of special assessments. Therefore, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken by the city council of the city of Reno and the officers of said city directed towards the acquisition and improvement of said projects in said district, prescribing details in connection therewith and other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to refer.
Second.
Have a second, motion and second. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Did you have something, council? Okay. So that takes care of item M1. The district has been approved, and we will go from there. All right, now we'll go to item M2, hearing regarding a filing of a preliminary assessment roll and opportunity to file written objections concerning the creation of that area to be assessed for inquiring one park project consisting of roughly 100 acres for the city of Reno, Nevada, 2010, Special Assessment District Number 2. This is the time schedule for this hearing. On the North Gate, Assessment District 2. Does the clerk have an affidavit showing that all the notices went sent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, proper notice was given. We received 15 letters of protest. Council has received copies of each of those.
What was that?
Proper notice was given.
Yes.
We received 15 letters of protest.
Yes.
Okay.
And council has received copies of each.
All right. Would you give us a description of the plan and what we're talking about, please?
Mr. Mayor, Steve Hardesty, Public Works Assessment District Coordinator. This proposed district is being proposed for the purchase of roughly 100 acres of the former Northgate Golf Course. The assessment district was posted on December 15th, 2010. Certified letters were mailed on December 9th, 2010. I received about 12 phone calls on the district, mostly concerned with costs and how they were determined and about the process. Total number of parcels being assessed, 131. Total estimated assessments, $1,200,189. The corrected petition level in favor of creating the district represents 69.54% of the appraised value of the proposed district. There's been 16 letters of protest / objections received by January 13, 2011 deadline. The properties representing the protests represent a total of 11.37%. As with the past, there's 6 criteria that was included in the notice to property owners for protesting or objecting the creation of the assessment district. I'll go through each one of those, and then they'll be addressing everybody on the chart and all the lists and everything in those categories. Propriety of acquiring or improving the projects, the current economic situation, the city's ability to maintain the proposed parks is the overwhelming issue under this criteria. The other issue is whether the proposed SAD is for the acquisition of the land only. There is a concern that the SAD would be used for park development, maintenance, etc., and if not enough, another SAD created to get more funding. I don't believe that is possible under this special assessment district. It is one time for $1,200,189, and it's for the acquisition of roughly 100 acres of property. Estimated cost of the project, there's a question regarding the cost of the overall project. The project is for the purchase of roughly 100 acres, and the purchase price is $1.2 million. The information was clearly spelled out in the second petition that was circulated when the number of parcels in the district was reduced from 203 to 131. The next criteria, determination concerning the portion of the cost of the project to be paid by the assessment. There was an additional concern about the size of the project. From the original size of 228.9 acres to what is being proposed today, roughly 100 acres. The SAT is for $1.2 million of the purchase of roughly 100 acres. The theme keeps coming back over and over again. The method used to estimate the special benefit. It has been stated that the impact of development on the former Northgate Golf Course property would impact the property values of those properties abutting or adjacent to the former golf course. The notice to property owners that was adopted by the City Council on December 8th, 2010, that would be the provisional order, stated that the assessment is to be made upon all tracts benefited by the project proportionally to the benefits received. The basis for apportioning the assessment was 70% on the 2009 appraised value of the property and 30% on the size of the parcel, proportionately. There's one reference that the assessments are based upon an improper basis of benefits, referring to the use of the 2009 appraised value from the assessor's office. The use of the 2009 appraised value was utilized to keep the proportions previously established with the first petition sent out on December of 2009. When the district was pared down from 203 to 131 parcels, the proposed assessments were kept at the same level using the 2009 appraised values. Equitable treatment in each parcel was maintained throughout this process. Another reference was to the inflation as a possibility that the assessment would be increased. NRS does not allow this to happen. One property owner is concerned that he can't see the proposed park because of a high bank in his backyard. Another has a great view and wants relief because of the sharp drop to the golf course. Special benefit is based on the debilitating effect of development and not whether or not he has or does not have a view. Basis established for the apportionment of the assessment. It was proposed and accepted by the council, that would be the provisional order resolution again, that the development on the former golf course would impact property values. Therefore, the basis for the assessment was adopted using 70% of the 2009 appraised value and 30% of the parcel size proportionally. The use of the 2009 appraised values provided by the Washoe County Assessor is a fair and equitable way to apportion the assessments. One letter claimed that the 30-day cash payment period was discriminatory between those that could pay during this period and avoid interest costs and those that couldn't. And that there is a claim that the hardship program allows interest to accrue over an extended time. First, the financing program is a benefit to those who cannot afford to make the full payment all at once. That's the reason it was established in the first place, and it is established in accordance to state law. Second, the hardship program requires payment of interest only, so the accrual of interest is not a possibility under that program. The last one would be the regularity, validity, and correctness of the proceedings. There are accusations of gerrymandering the district and that there were too many extensions for the petition. The NRS does not define a length of time for a petition can be circulated. When the district was reduced from the original 203 parcels to 131 parcels, the new petition clearly pointed out the changes in what was to be the purpose of the SAD. There was also questions about any petitions that couldn't be returned, whether or not they would be in favor or opposition of the district. Any petitions that were not returned, whether they are in foreclosure, vacant, or changed hands during the course of the petition period, would be deemed as not in favor of the creation of the district. Only those property owners who signed the petition and returned it were counted as in favor of the creation of the district. There was a letter claiming full disclosure of what was to be done with this future park was not provided to potential assessees. The creation of this assessment district is the first step of determining the acquisition of the park only. Finally, there was claim that not all properties abutting the former golf course were included in the proposed district, thus changing the percentage requirements. I am aware that there are several city parcels that abut the property. The state law requires or does not require the city be part of the assessment. In fact, state law requires that the city is excluded from assessments. That's my presentation.
This time, do you have some people that wish to speak? Does anybody in the group here wish to speak at this time? You wish to speak? Yes, sir. If you'll come on up, identify yourself for the record, and then fill out a little blue form over there for me. Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name's Richard Fripp, 2560 Beaumont Parkway. I used to sit on the 6th fairway of the golf course, a real great view. And I purchased my home at the time that it was most inflated, and tentatively seen my value of my home drop drastically in an amount of about $250,000. I think this is just a waste of time. And specifically because if the property goes into public development, we as homeowners in that neighborhood have a chance to go through design review with any other property thing. I don't think that should be in the city or at SAD or anything else. I think my $15,000 bill here just is something that if you put on top of my loss and then have to add it back, this doesn't really make really good sense to me when I have other alternatives, and we don't have to be involved in this. I'm sure that any development that would be put in that area over and above the golf course, and I love the golf course, believe me, that's why I paid a premium for my home. But then at the same time, I'm fairly realistic and understand a private development, which is going to take a long time to do because nobody has the money really to develop the property properly, is going to take probably 10 years minimum by the time they get it through design review, open, whatever, the things they have to produce. So for us to be in a special assessment district really doesn't make great sense. I was for it when we were trying to keep a golf course there. It was beautiful. But there's other things too, like why didn't the golf course succeed? Well, the winds up there are terrible. You're going to throw a park up there and have everybody's food stuff blowing all over the place. You're going to put a park there and you're going to see it not used. So I really don't see the benefit in what this all gives to us. For me, it doesn't give anything. I'm sure that somebody that's going to publicly develop the land would have to give us a certain amount of open space on our property and conform to the area standards and things like that. I'm willing to take that chance and see if they do. But with the economic condition that the city of Reno is and the state of Nevada is, and me personally, okay, I can't stand another $15,000 worth of assessment to my house. So it's just that I really don't think it's a great idea. I think there's a better way we can go through this. Whoever's going to come in and develop the land is going to have to pay the fees to be able to develop it. Let them pay the fees to develop it. Don't put it on our backs. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to speak at this time? For or against? Yes, sir. Come on up. If you'll fill out a form when you finish.
My name is Raymond Altimus. I'm in Somerset up there. I have a home overlooking the 15th hole. And I attended almost all the meetings up to this thing, like over a 2-year period. And, to me, it's throwing money to a dog walk park in the weeds is what it is. And, it was stated at some of these meetings that nothing would be done to this, quote, park, unquote, for years due to budget restraints. Everybody's got budget restraints. So we're going to be sitting here looking at the weeds and the dogs walking. I don't have a dog either. That's one problem. The second problem is, I really feel that the homeowners, we don't know how that final vote came out. And the first vote failed miserably. That's what really gets me. So then a group of people get together and decide, well, let's see how we can get this thing passed. Let's pick out some names and let's see if we can get this thing passed. I don't know whose names were picked out. I wasn't consulted. So, I think there was gerrymandering in this thing. I really do, and I think it's unacceptable. After the first vote, this thing should have been killed, and that's it. Done. Over. No, they had to mess around with it until they got it passed. By the way, sir, in the paper, it said 83 people approved this out of 131. That's what it said in the paper. Is that right? Because that comes out to 63%. So I don't know what's going on there either. The paper, the Reno Gazette-Journal had it, 83 people approved it out of 131. And you divide that out, it's 63.3%. So I have an issue with that. Anyway, that's my take on the thing, and I think we're paying for a bunch of weeds, and it's pretty sad. Thank you.
Mr. Altemus, can you tell me what your assessment is? What's your proposed assessment?
Well, you're lucky. You're cheaper than I am.
Any other people wish to speak? Yes, sir, come on. Mr. Aldred, if you would fill out a form over here for us, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, folks. My name is David Spearley. When the SAD got started, we were told that you needed 2/3 votes to approve the SAD, and the city has never got 2/3 votes. The appraisals that they're using are outdated, which wouldn't give them $1.2 million that they need for the SAD. In my case, there is no special benefit to have that turned into a park. And currently, you're not in compliance with the state statute. My hope is that the council stop this matter tonight so the homeowners are not forced to seek a legal remedy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask which state statute we're not in compliance with, sir?
They have a question for you, sir.
Mr. Spearley, which state statute are we not in compliance with?
We were told that 2/3 of the homeowners needed to approve the SAD, which you never got. The appraisals that you used are outdated, which you wouldn't have the $1.2 million, and there is no special benefit.
Okay. Can you please tell me what your assessment is, too? How much you...
Anybody else wish to speak? Come on up, sir. Anybody else wish to speak? If you'll fill out a form, I'll let you speak pro or con.
Yes, my name is John Phillips. I don't live in that area, but I do live in the city, and I'm a friend of Mr. Spearley, which is really the only reason I'm familiar with what's going on with this. I can't believe that the city of Reno is on the verge of buying a massive piece of property to turn into a park, yet the idea has not been aired to the public. I think it's an extremely bad idea because we can't afford to maintain the parks we currently have. It just makes no sense for us to be obligating ourselves to more parkland. Parkland requires maintenance, it requires security. I spent my career in law enforcement. I know it requires more law enforcement coverage. We can't afford it. It's an extravagance. We're laying off police and fire. Why would we be doing this? I just read this week that we're now worrying about where we're going to get the interest money to pay the bonds that we had to take on to build a trench. We're $2.3 million over on the bus thing, and now we're doing this. It makes no sense. We need to start to realize these aren't times that we can just keep putting it on the tab. I mean, that tab's got to be paid by someone. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker? Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Would you fill out a form when you think? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Jane Robinson, and I own property adjoining the Northgate former golf course. And I submitted a written letter with concerns. Three. One is the terms of collection of the assessment and the discrimination that is effected by allowing a one-time principal-only payment, so that if I've got an average property, average footage, my assessment is principal $5,000. If I cannot pay that, I'm going to be paying over $10,000, where my wealthier neighbor has a chance to pay $5,000. So I believe, in effect, those who cannot pay the principal only up front are going to bear the greatest burden of the entire cost. My next point is about the entire cost. The statutes provide that special assessment district is to be assessed against property owners to the tune of 90% of the cost of the entire project, and yet under the statute I cannot find anywhere that allows a project to be strictly the acquisition of land with no intent for improvements. So if the statute allows park projects which have to include improvements, then I need to know what those improvements are going to be and what is 90% of that cost. And the last point is that without knowing what the cost of the entire project is, and again, I don't see how we can be allowed to be assessed for a purchase of land only. Without knowing what's going to be placed behind my house, I can't make an informed decision or consent to be either for or against the district. And lastly, I have a question for clarification. It was mentioned by Mr. Hardesty that the method of assessing what my benefit is not based on what's going to be developed behind my property, like a park or whatever that might improve the value of my property, but instead is based on the value of what horrible thing might otherwise be there if the district doesn't go through. And that took me by surprise.
Thank you very much. If you'll turn in your blue slip, I appreciate it.
I will.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak? Pro or con?
Can I readdress?
I'll let you readdress for 1 minute.
Richard Fripp again. You know, it's a park. It just doesn't benefit a whole lot of us, okay? Especially when any future development comes in and uses the area, the city then could, with the ownership of the other parcels around, create a business plan in which the development would assist the concerns of the neighbors up there as part of that development and work with the developer. Let the developer put the park in. Okay, we do this all the time. He pays for his roads and he pays for his sidewalks and he pays for the utilities and everything else be put in. Okay, really the development should be placed on the burden of the developer and not us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No others wish to speak? Then I'm going to close the public comment section and bring it back to the table.
You're going to have Steve address the...
Yes, Steve, would you?
I've got my list. You might as well go through yours, and we'll see if we can answer most of those questions.
Well, sir, I hope your list is better than mine. Okay.
Well, you can talk about the percentage. There was a comment that we haven't met the percentage both in numbers and value.
There was reference to the 83 people that signed. The method in which we based the percentage was based on the appraised value, the 2009 appraised value of the properties. And in that case, there was 69.54%. Prior to Mr. Keating, there was one gentleman that realized that he made a mistake when he signed his petition. He actually sent a request to have his petition withdrawn. We removed his, and from over 70%, we dropped down to 69.54%. One of the things that is beneficial about the way that we do this, it's only the petitions that are in favor being counted takes away the idea of losing track of the yeses and the nos. The spearhead or the groups that were leading this, the petition drive, they could go out and they could talk to neighbors, and the neighbor could say no, forget where he put his petition, doesn't have to send it in, and it counts as a no vote. It's that simple. If there's any arm twisting or anything like that, that petitioner still has to sign it, still has to mail it, okay? So no's are automatic. So no's are the easiest votes to get. The fact that we pulled off, almost 70% in favor, and those petitions are on file and have been on file since I believe the 8th or the 7th of December 2010 with the city clerk. So those petitions can be looked at any time and examined by anybody at any time. The other one, what was the other one? The other one, 90%. Okay, where was it? Number of signed. Okay, I've got both those taken care of by Mr. Alderman.
What was the date of the appraisal again?
Excuse me?
The date of the appraisal?
It was 2009.
And then maybe this is for legal, the one comment about there's no improvement schedule, this is just acquiring parkland without improvements, does not comply with the statute?
The NRS allows the city of Reno, Susan Ballroth, Deputy City Attorney, the NRS allows a municipality to acquire a park project. You don't, it allows that is what is being done. The 1.2 million assessed value is for the acquisition.
And then, is this also scheduled for 10 years, 20
No, sir,
payments?
this is scheduled for 30.
30 years? Are they annual payments?
Semi-annual.
So 60 payments over 30 years?
Yes, sir.
Do we have any idea what we think the interest rate's going to be?
It's stated in the petition at 5%.
Will that be fixed? Is that
Fixed.
Okay.
So it's spread over how many years now?
30.
30 years. Yes, sir.
Just for 1 second, Mr. Mayor, I was informed by council, since my memory is going with my age, I forgot to read the list of protesters, so if you
If
would
you
indulge
do
me
that
with
for me, I'd appreciate it. My age oversees yours, so I forgot to ask you to do it.
Okay, sir, here we go. John and Linda Alexander, Raymond L. Altimus, Philip K., Vincent and Susan Ewey, Dr. Brett and Lori Frey, Brian and Judy Gilmore, Curtis Keating, Larry Warren, Jane Robinson, Richard and Helen Fripp, David Spearley, Maxine Siri, Kevin and Danette Smith, and Sandra Mumford. And what I'd like to point out is this list was an accumulation not only from up to the 13th of January of this year, but it also went back to people writing and protesting during the petition periods. And even on their petition forms, if they turn around and said, no, stop the whatever, those are also included in here. And were included in the presentation.
Now, I've got two others.
Yeah, I was going to say the same.
I've got two others on my list. That's Dick Fearing and Paul, and it's B-R-U-K.
Dick Fearing no longer resides in the district. He was able to sell his house. There was a lot of comments about not being able to sell your house with this hanging over it. Didn't seem to affect that. Paul Brook signed the petition, and his information basically falls back to, because with the petition signing, you also waive your right to protest. So his is more of some suggestions and things to the council. So.
Okay.
Do you have any others, Mr. Azzi? Okay. Mr. Dart, you have any?
Yeah, one of the things that was brought up is the special benefit and how it's determined. And I think it's what I heard from you and one of the speakers is that the special benefit is based upon what could be built there and how that would be detrimental to the properties. That's how we determine the special benefit?
The special benefit, sir, I think is, and the way it was approached during the provisional order when that resolution was adopted, was that the properties, when they were purchased on that golf course, were set at a certain limit. They took into consideration that golf course, the open space behind their properties and everything else. The maintaining of that, even in the form of open space, is a benefit and will help to provide proper, or at least elevated, property values versus the developing of single or apartment
How do we make that
buildings in back.
determination, though, if there's nothing planned to be built there?
I think we were not anticipating, but I think the projections were that it returns back to the property owner who would have or could have turned it over to a developer or had it developed.
Okay. Okay. And then back to just on the numbers for the 69%. The actual number of properties is not important. The 83 properties.
No, sir.
Is not important. It's
No, sir.
10% of the appraised value that's the
Yes,
number
sir.
that's important. Okay, so the 60 that was brought up has no factor, no bearing
None
on
at
this at all. Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Mr. Frazee, anything? Mr. Azzi?
No questions.
Mr. Heshef?
None of my questions were answered, Mr. Mayor. I assume, unlike the prior SAD, the number's the number. There's not going to be a final assessment that's going to be less. This is the number.
This is it. Yes, sir.
Just one more thing, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Quick. And then just for the record, the property is not purchased until everything is taken care of. I mean, if this goes into litigation or something like that, we are under no obligation to purchase this property until the litigation is resolved, correct?
Yes, sir.
So there would be no liability on our part.
That's correct.
Susan Ballroth, Deputy City Attorney. You are under no obligation until you give a notice of intent to exercise the option. At this time, once you give that, then you are under an obligation to purchase. And
Right,
at
but we
this
wouldn't-
time,
But until everything's resolved, we would not issue a notice of intent, because that would obviously put the city at risk.
correct.
Okay.
Okay. One more time, anybody got anything to say? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment section, bring it back to the table for discussion. Mr. Isaac?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I want to make a couple things clear for the record. Is this is different than the previous one, as the previous one was brought about by the city forming the special assessment district. This was done by the neighbors bringing forward a special assessment district, asking to assess themselves. When the gentleman came up and said that the first one should have been done, that is up to the people making the petition. Anyone could have formed a petition and formed up a whole new group however they wanted to do it. This was citizen-driven and not driven by the city. Also, there's no general fund money being used on this, particularly this SAD. It's all done by the, what's in front of us today is all done by the SAD. There's no general fund money being used. So for Mr. Phillips was concerned about all the problems in the city, it wouldn't matter to us, the city and the taxpayers, whether this went through or not, because it has no bearing on what we do. With that being, those are my comments on this, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Couple more
O-
questions.
okay.
I do think it's important if we move forward with this. I believe one of the property owners came forward, what we can actually put on this site by moving forward with this. Does it remain open space? Where's the deed go to? Does it go to the city? I think it's important that we need to say for the property owners what we can actually do here if we move forward with the assessment. Steve?
I believe that the petition has a statement in it regarding open space. There's 100 acres of a 228 acre site. The 100 acres that is being purchased by the assessment district has the open space comment, I believe, in the petition.
No, it's still, the second one, it's uses park, for park use, which could include open space, but also under state law, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but under this form of assessment district, the city could never sell this in the future. Where a regular park, if we purchase it with our own, we could always sell it off. Under this form, since the homeowners will be purchasing it, the city cannot then take ownership of it, even after it's paid off in 30 years, and say that now that's our property and we can sell that off for development. This stands in perpetuity as parkland. Is any other place, I don't know of any other part in the city that we couldn't sell off a park. This might be might be one of the few that we could never do that in the future.
Deputy City Attorney Susan Ballroth, that's correct, Dave. This property could never be used for another purpose than of what it's being acquired for. Sorry, Councilmember Ayazi.
Thought David changed for a minute, but no, Mr. Fraser, he was.
And then I do want to say, because I'm sympathetic to the homeowners over there. You know, I've got Rosewood Lakes Golf Course in my district, and people purchased homes with a golf course. They purchased them, they paid extra money to have homes that overlooked a golf course. I understand, Councilman Ayazi, we're not using general fund money for this, but my understanding in the whole deal is that we are going to use some of the park funds within that district that are specified for the parks in the Northwest. And the homeowners came to us and wanted to preserve this is open space. So I am going to support moving forward based on that, Mr. Mayor. They did it on their own. It wasn't city-driven, that they came to us and wanted to do this. And I know those in favor didn't speak tonight. There's some of them here. But I do think it speaks volumes that we did get 70% on this, especially in this economic climate.
Okay, Mr. Hashef, you had something?
No, I'm going to be supportive of this for the reasons stated. I guess one potential outcome is if we didn't do anything, then there would be development, and that premium you did pay for your home probably would just go up in smoke. So I think given the fact that more than a majority of the property owners out there would like to see this done, that's a reason for me to support it.
Okay. Well, I'm going to support it, but I want to have, at this time, if there's no other comments or questions, I'm going to have the resolution read. Please read the resolution.
Resolution number 7549. A resolution dispensing with certain protests and objections made at the public hearing on the provisional order for the City of Reno, Nevada 2010 Special Assessment District Number 2, Northgate, directing that the city engineer to prepare an accurate revised estimate of cost, revised full and detailed plans and specifications, revised map and assessment plat, ratifying action previously taken in connection with said district, and providing for related matters thereto.
Move to adopt.
Have a motion.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item 22, ordinance introduction.
Bill number 6735, an ordinance creating the City of Reno, Nevada 2010 Special Assessment District Number 2, Northgate, ordering the acquisition of one park project consisting of roughly 100 acres within the City of Reno, Nevada, providing for the levy and collection of special assessments, therefore ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken by the City Council of the City of Reno and the officers of said city directed towards the acquisition and improvements of said projects in said district, prescribing details in connection therewith and other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to refer?
Second.
I have a motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Move to adjourn.
Have a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? I have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.